okay. I think YouTube is, not sure if it's YouTube or if it's my computer. My computer shows that everything's fine, but YouTube is, something's weird is going on. Oh no, I think I know what the problem is. Oh gosh. It's probably my VPN that's acting up. Let's see if I get disconnected again. Uh, I think I'm good. I think I'm good now. Not sure. That's sad. Alright, well, my VPN messed up. I think my VPN was what messed up my connection. I had to restart. I think it started like on its own and then it disconnected me, and YouTube wasn't able to reconnect again. So it should be good now. I just remember not to use it when I'm streaming. But yeah. So let us uh I'm going to do, trying to make sure it's work. Oh yeah, it's working. All right. So yeah, I think I was explaining something, but I forgot what I was explaining. I just had to get a reference to the controller, and okay, so we set the, we and placed the time we hit the character on the server, as well as where we hit the character, right? We're doing that if this was a headshot, so we need to take care of this wasn't a headshot. Actually, before that, we need to take care of if this is the first time we hit this character. So if it does not contain this character, in this case, what we're gonna do is we need to basically create a local like structure of type this type, and so I'm gonna call this local headshot information, and within this local headshot information, I'm going to access the map within it and So I'm gonna access this map, right? So we can just copy this. I'm gonna access this map, and within this map, going to in place the character that we hit, as well as, let's see. Nope. I'm gonna have to. This map takes a float, and you know, the location we hit the character. So what I need to do first is access this map, right? Then this map I'm going to, and actually this needs to be up here. So I'm gonna create this, a local structure of this type, and I'm gonna create, and within this structure I'm gonna pass in basically the same thing that I pass in up here if this character is already in the map. So I'm gonna pass in the time we hit the character along with where we hit the character. Right, and we're putting this inside this struct, and we're gonna, inside this map, right? This map is right here. Inside this map, we're gonna put in this character that we just hit, right? And this variable that we just set up right here. And of course we need to copy this as well, because we're using this variable right here. So that makes me think that I need to put that variable up here because we don't want to keep redeclaring it. And we can delete it here. Yo, Audiatore, I believe my VPN, like, it turned on by itself, and when it turned on, it disconnected me from YouTube, and when it disconnected me, it wasn't able, my YouTube wasn't able to reconnect to my Streamlabs because my IP address changed because of the VPN. So like this, I had to restart the stream. So I have to remember not to use the VPN when I'm streaming, because then I'll have these kind of problems, right? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to dot in place. Yeah. So I definitely have to remember, right? And for these notes, I'm gonna copy, I believe I wrote some notes here. I'll just copy it. Put this right here. This is not the first time and character is being hit on head by Raycast. Gotta change this. Excuse me. That sneeze was lurking. Gosh. Alright, so this is not the first time. What I'm gonna do is access the map indexing. Right, indexing this. Thanks, auditory. And get a and get the let me say the official authoritative server time needs to be placed in this map along with the time that the victim was hit. This information will be used within the server validation component to perform server-side rewind. Okay, and then steal the code down here over at the note, and I'm gonna put otherwise add the respective character into the this map along with a local which should be initialized with, or rather which should contain, I think I can actually initialize like oh no, I'm not gonna make it which should contain the character that the victim was hit along with the location the bullet made contact with said victim, right? Okay, so that takes care of if we are, let's take care of this is a headshot. If this is not a headshot, what we're gonna do is, actually I need to copy this, or cut this rather out from here and paste it up here, because I'm gonna use this this else statement right. Then I'm gonna copy this and paste it in here, and let me just minimize this because it's too much code for me to look at right now. Just too much going on. I need like a little to actually even minimize this. I don't want to see anything I don't have to see. Right? Okay. On the body, right? Access the, now we're gonna use not the headshot character information map. We're gonna use the non-headshot character information map. Indexing. And just want to refactor these comments. Indexing this and get the headshot information. Not the headshot now, we're doing the non-headshot. So we're gonna get this. Get the non-headshot information for respective character map. The official authoritative server time needs to be in place in this map along with the time that the victim was hit. Yo, this information will be okay. Otherwise, add the respective character into the headshot character information map. Nope. To the non-headshot information character map along with the non-F wait. What's the other struct called? I forgot. Non-headshot information. Wait. Otherwise, add the respective character into the non-headshot character map along with a local non-headshot information struct. Let me put struct, which should contain the official authoritative server time that the victim was hit along with the location the bullet made contact with said victim. And let's still add this right here. And let me just add actually, let me change all these variables before. I'll move on. Local headshot information map. And we're gonna access non-headshot map. I'm placing this and headshot character map. Nope, this to be actually this needs to be right here. And these names kind of confuse me, so I'm gonna keep going back and forth, right? And that takes care of that. Now let me just right here update this, actually right here, or was it right here? Okay, so we have implemented the gathering of information to send to the server, right? So this information will be sent to the server, which is everything is stored right here, right within the weapon. So as soon as we hit, this information that we just stored will be sent to the server for it to perform server-side rewind. Now what needs to happen is, let me minimize all this. Okay, so here is where we're applying damage. So I'm saying if we have authority, so I need to change this up because I only want to call this basically the same thing as up here. I need to use the same logic. So I need is, if server-side rewind is true, then we're going to do server-side rewind. Otherwise, we're going to apply damage, right, on the server. So we're gonna say if this is true, then we're gonna use server side rewind. So we're gonna say validate the hit, or rather validate and apply all damage. I don't know why I'm typing with all text. Apply all damage with server side rewind, right? Otherwise, and I can actually put this up here, right? And down here, I can put else if, then damage only on the server. So it's the interesting part. I need to create a function that I'm gonna call in the server validation component, right? And first things first, I need the weapon class, the base weapon class, to have a reference to the server validation component so that I don't have to keep getting it, right? So we're gonna go to weapon at H, and it would be cool if each weapon, like if the weapon just had the server validation component, but it's dealing with a character, so I understand why it's in the character class. But yeah, I'll just leave it in the character class. If there's something weapon specific that needs like validation on the server component that doesn't have to do with the character, then I'll create another one for the character. Like for instance, firing the weapon. When you fire your weapon, and so yeah, I'll probably make that another server validation component for the weapon. Like when you fire your weapon, when you get placed in the radar, the weapon should deal with that. That has nothing to do with the character, right? That's just the weapon being fired, right? Of course, the character's the one that's firing it, but just to refrain from like casting and doing all this random stuff, I think the weapon should handle all that on its own. So that's like an instance of when I can create it on the server validation. I can create a server validation component on the weapon, right? So let's first let's create a variable for the server validation component here. And I'm just gonna copy it from the character class. And paste it here. And I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna call this character, or rather owner, weapon owner, right? So I know what the heck I'm doing. And I'm gonna set this. How am I gonna set this? I need every character to have this. So this is another thing I'm gonna add to my to-do list when I working on my debugs and everything. I'm going to, I already declared it, so all I'm gonna do now is initialize a pointer to the use server validation component on the weapon base class, right? So that takes care of that. So right now I'm gonna have to set it each time I fire the weapon, which is not good. I'm not gonna do this every time. Actually, it doesn't really matter because I'm not casting. I already have a reference to the owner, right? I got a reference to the owner. As long as I don't have to cast. Let me see. Okay, this isn't good. So I'm gonna have to, let me copy this real quick right here. I'm gonna copy this. I should just copy all of this right here, right? I'll copy this. And I'm gonna place this in the weapon class as well. The base weapon class, I mean. And I'm gonna go over here. And I'm gonna do the same thing for this. Right? Because I'm gonna have to use them. I might have to use them multiple times. So I should just make them available to all my weapons, right? And I need to update my documents again for the controller. Right? I already initialized it. I already declared it, so I'm gonna initialize it. Wait a minute. This controller. Okay, I can delete this too. Right. Now I just need to initialize them. So I have them. So now, let's see. Here, I'm just setting them. And I can use it down here because I set it up here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check if this is true and this is true. And I also need to check that up here because if this is not true up here, or if it's true up here and not down here, then I'm never gonna be able to apply server side rewind and the damage won't be applied. Otherwise, if it's true up here and not down here, same thing. So I want it to be true on both instances. Otherwise, we're just gonna do this, right? And now we need to set this, and actually this is not going to be true up here because we didn't set it. So I can actually, let's see, get in the character afterwards. Okay, so down here, I'll just do this down here. Let me say this equals, and of course I need to check if this pointer is valid, and I'm gonna equal this to get server validation component, and I need to get the include file. which is right here, and I need to include that in the weapon class as well as any class I use it in. So I'll first include it in this raycast weapon, but I also need to include it here. Let's see, I'm gonna include it right here. I should already have the character class here. I just need the controller class. If I can come here and just wait a minute, animation. No, this is the controller. Yeah, I can copy this right here and go to weapon. This is the weapon, right? Yeah, this is the weapon. So I included them, so I don't have to worry about doing that later. Because when I initialize it, they're already included, right? And I can minimize this because I don't think I need to declare anything else. I don't need these extra tabs open. They're just cluttering up the screen. And wait, I don't think I grabbed the server validation component. Let's make sure I grabbed it because I need it for the raycast. Okay, I did. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm also gonna paste this in the projectile weapon class because I know I'm gonna need to use it here, and I'm also gonna steal the controller, right, and the character, because when I implement server-side rewind on the projectile classes, projectile weapons, I'm gonna need these includes here to use the pointer. But I can go ahead and exit out of that. I don't need that open. All right, let me close all these tabs. This is finished, but I'll probably leave this open so I have something to look at. Yeah, I'll leave this open because I want to keep looking at this as I'm implementing. I'm using this, and I'm not using this anymore. I'm using this. No, I'm not. I am not using this. I am using this. I don't believe I'm using this. I am not using this, so I'm gonna close it. I'm not using this class. Yeah, I'm not using this class. Close all these classes. Is programming like the first thing you do in the morning? Oh no, not at all. I mean, sometimes I'm up all night programming into the morning, into the evening, into the after. Sometimes I'm up all night, you know, into the morning, afternoon, the evening. But it's definitely not the first time. I started today like around 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. When I work, I only do it in the. I mean, I'm doing it at work, and then when I'm not working, I start like as early as I can, like around 12 or 1 o'clock. Sometimes even earlier if I'm feeling it, but it's pretty random. If I'm not working, it's random. But when I'm working, then I do it like after 5, right? Because I'm not working, right? That's when I get off of work. So it's not always after 5. It just depends. Some days I work at night. Some days I work in the morning. It just depends, like what this how the schedule is set up, like how I set up my schedule, and you know what kind of work I have to do. Ask because sometimes I get so obsessive to that point. What do you mean? What do you mean you get obsessive to that point? I'm gonna check if this is valid. And if this is valid, then I'm going to call. See, this is why all this needs to be set up when I pick up and drop my weapon, so that I don't have to check this all the time. But within the server validation component, I'm going to create a. So I need a public function that you can call from outside the class, right? And I probably need two functions, one for like bullet scatter weapons and one for not. So let's create the bullet scatter weapon function first. It's gonna be called servers. Hold on, I have to pick up a call. All right, I'm back. You said like so hyperfixed on a project. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's good, man. Let's get to love what you're doing. That'll keep you interested and that'll help with that burnout. I understand the question now. I mean, I'm always studying, so I guess I'm not, even though if I'm not programming, I'm still studying, right? About concepts and stuff. So I might not be on the computer programming, but I'm still studying, right? So I can get better. So yeah, I'm always aiming to get better. Even if I'm not programming, I'm always aiming to improve and like being a better developer. So I think that's the best way I can answer the question. I'm always aiming to get better. So even like when I first wake up, or like, it's so crazy, man. Like I'm always thinking about code, right? Right? Of concepts and stuff. So, and right now this is the project I'm working on. So all the code that I'm thinking about and how to implement something is based on this project. Even I think about code that I'm going to implement in the future right now. Like this morning I was thinking about code I'm going to implement in the future, even though right now I'm implementing this like server side rewind. So yeah, I'm always like thinking about it, or most of the time I'm thinking about it and praying for wisdom and how to implement stuff. And yeah, so I guess I'm like, it's like one of the top priorities in my mind. Yeah, studying is honestly super important. I should do that more. Sometimes I get impatient too. I want to get I don't get straight to the coding part. Yo, speaking from my experience, the coding is not enjoyable if you don't know what you're doing. Right? So you gotta take your time and really understand what you're doing, like pseudocoding, really diagramming stuff, and having a good picture of what you're doing before you code. It will make the coding way more enjoyable, because you'll see what you're coding is actually good logic that's working. right? You won't be getting stuck on problems and errors and whatnot and not knowing how to implement something, right? So yeah, studying is definitely key. Just like practicing. That's basically what studying is. You're practicing mentally, right? So I'm gonna call this function server side rewind for bullet scatter enabled weapons, and this is going to take a const f vector. Let's see. Just gonna take a const f vector. Let me put void right here because it's not. I need IntelliSense to help me out with the syntax. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I love studying. I love studying what I'm interested in. If I'm interested in something, man, it's not even. I don't even consider it studying because I'm having fun, right? If I went to school for this, man, my goodness, I don't know what I wouldn't have a life out of out of like out of doing programming, right? But I'm happy. I'm kind of happy I didn't go to school for it because maybe I wouldn't like it as much. I'm happy that I figured it, my love for it, on my own. I'm gonna take a constant f vector and that quantized reference, and this is gonna be the location of the muzzle, right? Like the location where the bullets come out. Because when we fire the weapon, we need to send this location to the server, so the server knows where to like perform the fake bullet, right? Where to spawn the fake bullet. Okay, this is another weapon I need to. It's projectile weapons. I'm gonna have to fix this. I'm gonna have to implement it for projectile weapons as well. I mean explosive weapons. I forgot about explosives. But that's a projectile actually. Explosive weapons are projectiles, so. Oh right. I was wondering why I was applying damage on the grenade launcher. Well, because I disabled damage, but it's because I didn't disable damage on projectiles yet. So projectile weapons still implement damage, right? And I do need to implement the sniper scope. So let's get back. It's a bug I gotta fix. The arms trip out. We gotta take a const f vector net quantize called. We're gonna call this muzzle socket location. This is also gonna take a. So it's gonna take a T map. We need to pass in. Okay, let me open up the. It's gonna take two T maps, right? We need to pass both of these T maps in. So it's gonna be this T map of this type. Let's go back to the server validation component. And this needs to be a const reference as well. So it's gonna be a const T map of this type by reference, and we can call this the same name that we called it here, and we just add reference at the end. reference, and it needs to take a tmap of this type by const reference. Right here. Yikes. To be a const tmap reference, and we can call it the same name that we called it here, and just add reference at the end. Right, and this declaration is pretty gnarly, so I'm gonna put these on their own line. And this is a server RPC, so we're gonna give it a U function with server reliable, right? And then we're gonna implement this. Audio Torres says, personally, I'm glad school doesn't teach me. School tends to suck the fun out of things, honestly. School tends to suck the fun out of things. Did I ever like school? I just like the experience of school. The school itself, I was not a fan of, I don't think. Nah, I definitely wasn't a fan of school. Let me put network right here. I mean, this whole function is network, so I don't have to put another region for network because this whole function is called server, right? But it's still a server RPC, so implementation. Actually, I am gonna put I can't speak. I'm gonna put a region for the network, just so it's consistent with the rest of my code. Yeah, I don't know if school sucks to I mean, the experience of being in university, and it's fun, but the schoolwork, I'll say the schoolwork sucks the fun out of everything, but like hanging out with friends and just having the carefree like kind of mindset, it was fun. But schoolwork is not fun unless you really love what you're doing, which I love this. But then again, if I'm in school, I probably won't like coding because the assignments will probably suck and I won't be doing what I love, and the assignments will be probably lame. So yeah, I don't know, I'm just happy I didn't like go to school for computer science. All right, so we're gonna call this function in the raycast weapon, right? We're gonna call this function right here, and we're gonna pass in. Okay, so we also need muzzle start socket. We also need this, or we can just call this just so we know what we're calling. Right, we can call this and get location. Oh, I think it's location, just location. Okay, it's get location. So this is the location we're passing in, and then we're gonna pass in. I forgot the order that I declared them in. Non-headshot character and headshot. Alright, so non-headshot is first. We're gonna pass in this and this to the server, and the function is looking pretty ridiculous. So I'm gonna put them all in their own line, right? And this takes care of using bullet scatter, right? Now we have to, this is gonna take care of using not using bullet scatter, right? So we'll do this after we implement bullet scatter. So right here, I'm gonna build it real quick. I got an error. Oh no, I can't pass in a map and RPCs. Oh no, I'm screwed. Bro, I'm so screwed. Oh my gosh, maps are not supported in RPC. What? Everything is based on the map. My whole code was based on the map. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Unless I can, I don't think I can use vectors like vectors instead of maps, because I'm using maps, bro. Oh gosh, I can pass in a struct, or can I pass in a struct? If I can pass in a struct, I'll just put all these in a struct and pass in the struct. Let me see if I can pass in a struct. Oh man, but I don't think it's still gonna work because the struct contains maps. Let me see. Oh no, I need to use, I'm not even gonna try it because I know it's not gonna work. Gosh, you gotta be kidding me, man. The only thing I could think about doing is I gotta go back to the drawing board. Yikes. This ruins my whole day. All the implementation I was gonna do today is scrapped because I can't use maps. You've got to be kidding. How can I get this information to the server? It's gonna be really inefficient, but the only other thing I could think of doing is, this is gonna be stupid inefficient if I do it this way. I don't think I want to even try it. If I go up here, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to implement server-side rewind for the not bullet scan weapons, right? I can do that at least. Not bullet scan, not for the, I'm gonna implement it today for the weapons, for projectile weapons, and for the weapons that don't use bullet scatters, like shotgun type weapons. For the shotgun type weapons, I'm gonna have to think of another way to implement how to send it to the server. Crap. Yikes. Oh my gosh. This is so bad. Well, you live and you learn, right? So, gosh, alright. I spent like some time thinking about this implementation. Now it's not working, so it's like, you gotta be kidding. Oh man, this is one of those times. This is so bad. Let's see what else is telling me. 181. All right, I gotta comment this out as well. So we're gonna implement it for non for like regular weapons, right? So it's a setback. So it's not really a setback because I'm still gonna get one implementation done. I just have to figure out how to pass the data in another way, right? Okay, so I'm just gonna. Oh man, let's go to here and I'm gonna copy this. And actually, I'm just gonna rename this to. I'm gonna. Actually, no, I'm not gonna rename it. I'm gonna keep this the way it is, copy it, and when I think of another implementation that uses like arrays or something, I'll pass that in. But this is I'm gonna implement the server-side rewind for standard weapons. The server-side rewind for, what's a good name for this? Standard firing weapons. For standard. For standard firing weapons or standard? I'll just put standard firing weapons. And this takes a. See, I've been studying this and I've been thinking about implementations and I took all my notes down. I wrote my thoughts down, and that's why I'm really like shocked, because I wasn't foreseeing the T maps not working because I just didn't know. Right? So you got to know the limitations of the application you're using as well, so you don't mess up your code halfway through. You find out your implementation is not going to work. I have the concept down, now I just need to figure out a different implementation. So still, I think it'll still be. Wait a minute. I know, like in C++, you can use like vectors. I don't know if you can use that in, because this Unreal Engine is still C++, right? I mean, not Unreal Engine. I'm still coding in C++, so can I just use like a 2D vector? Like right? Can I pass that in? I never used one before. So you declare vector, right? It's a vector holding a vector and an int. I wonder if I could use this, right? Let's see if I don't know if Epic made like a version for Unreal Engine. Let's see. Let me just check. Vector 2D. No, not this type of vector. I'm talking about like a. This holds floats. I'm not talking about this kind of vector. I'm talking about like an actual vector. Wait. Is this an? There's no way this is an actual vector, right? Right, this takes right, it takes doubles, right? Yeah. This is not what I'm looking for. I want like an F vector like this, but that holds two vectors, right? Wait, can I use this? Hold on now. Let me see, but I don't think I can iterate. Wait, no. Let me just. I want to see if it's gonna work, so I'm gonna try it. Can I put like Can I put F vector 2D and it's gonna basically hold. Let me see. F vector 2D that holds actors and like this. I wonder if it has to take doubles. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out, what kind of vector can like do this, because this is what this is the kind of vector I'm looking for, right? I'm looking for the real vector, right? Let's see if I can find like some syntax for it somewhere. Maybe let me try regular syntax. Let me see if the regular syntax works. I'm not sure, but I don't even know. Like, we just try it. Like, it has to be like another like. There's like no one. It's all blueprints. I don't see any. Wait. What is this? I don't know what that is. Let's just try vector. So vector and I don't know if this has to be capital or not. I don't remember. No, it's lowercase. Because this is C++. I want to know if I can pass in whatever I want, right? What are you talking about, bro? Okay, it's not accepting a regular vector. That's weird. Let me try a vector of ints and floats. Yo, what the heck? Vector is not a template. Bro, that's literally the syntax. What I have to do, like, I can't use a vector? Oh, I forgot to include it. What's the I'm tripping. Let's what's the include using, is it using include vector, right? I forgot to include it. It's been, I've only used it a few times, so I'm gonna see if this works. Include what's the? I forgot to include. Include vector. All right. And I don't know if I need to put this right here, but whatever. Vectors, good luck. No, I'm not concerned about it. I just want to see if I can use it in Unreal Engine, right? I'm still gonna implement the standard firing weapons for server-side rewind for the standard firing weapons, because I'm just using regular variables for that. But I just want to see if I could use vectors at all, and it doesn't look like Unreal Engine is noticing my include, right? I don't know why it's not noticing my include. Let me try the class file. If this doesn't work, then I'm just gonna say screw it, and I just rethink my implementation tonight for the bullet scatter weapons. Alright, so it's not noticing my vector. I'm declaring it, but it's not noticing it for whatever reason. Unless I have to... I just don't know why it's not noticing it. Whatever. So I guess something's limited in Unreal Engine. Or I must be doing something wrong. Maybe it's because I'm not using the namespace std. I could try that. I'm not gonna include the namespace. I'll just say, what's the syntax again? The standard namespace. Can I just put like std? Not sure if I can. Okay, so it's been a while since I actually used the standard namespace, so I'm guessing this is how I have to declare it. Because it does recognize the vector, right? I included it up here, and then I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I'm gonna think about this tonight. I'm doing something wrong, right? I'm just trying to copy this code to see if I can even use it. Oh, let's try. Screw this. I'm gonna think about it tonight and complete it this week. And for now, this was a good learning experience about knowing the limitations of the application you're using. So I'm going to implement the server-side rewind for when we're not using the server-side rewind. I mean, when we're not I'm gonna implement server-side rewind for weapons that do not use bullet scatter. So we have server-side rewind for standard firing weapons, and this takes a... Okay, so we're gonna need a reference to the character that got hit. So we need an A animation entertainment character pointer. I'm gonna call this damaged character, and we need what else? We need to locate the time it was hit, so we can say let's delete these input parameters. We also need yeah, so I think we can put like float, const float reference time of damage. We also need a const float reference, and we can call this a const f vector reference, and this can be actually f vector net quantize reference. So I'm gonna copy this right here because we are passing data over the internet, and this can be the location of damage, right? Yeah, location of damage, and we need another const f vector net quantize reference. And this can be the muzzle, or basically where we shot the gun, right? Where the bullet came out. So I can copy this. And I think that's all we need. Yeah, so we have the damaged character, the time it got damaged, the location it got damaged, and yep, this looks good to me. A animation, I spelled this wrong. Let me just copy this. And I'm gonna copy this and paste it on top of this right here. Okay, this is the fun part, implementing server-side rewind. Of course, it's a server RPC, so let's pass this in, and I'm going to actually go ahead and call this server-side rewind here. So we're going to check if we're only applying damage on the server. So we're checking if we're on the server and the character we hit is like an animation entertainment character, then we are actually, I want to copy this note right here. Yeah, I want to copy this note right here. Okay, and then so we're checking if we're on a server. Just another reason why it's good to have a lot to do, so that if you can't do one thing, you can move on to do something else. That's a good thing about this server-side rewind. It's pretty complex, so there's a lot that needs to be done. So even if I can't implement part of it, I can still implement another part of it, right? So I'm gonna implement it on the weapons like that shoot projectiles, and yeah, regular raycast without bullet scatter. So we're checking to see if we're on a server and if we hit this character. But what I want to do is I want to do the same kind of check that I did up here, right? Right here. So I want to check where do I apply damage. Oh, I'm applying damage right here. So if we're on the server, and we hit this character, I want to apply damage directly. And I want to keep it consistent, so I want to check first if this is true. Right. So I can just copy this. And I'm going to paste it right here. So we're checking if server side rewind is true, and this is true, and this is valid. We get the server side server validation component. And I'm checking that's true. If this is true, we're gonna call this function. Let's just go ahead and copy all of it actually. And right. And then we need the damaged character, which is an animation entertainment character. So I'm gonna change that to an, let me see how I apply damage here. Right. Okay, I don't need to cast. To apply damage, I don't need to cast. So I can actually just change this to an A actor. Right. And I could change the same thing in the definition. Right. So when I call it here, I'm gonna pass in, okay, right here. I need to put this check actually here. And I need to take this out, right? And I'm gonna put another check here, else if, I'm gonna put these in there. Right. So we're checking, same thing as up here. Only if we hit a character, then we're checking to see if server side rewind is valid and this reference is valid. Otherwise, we're checking to see if we are on the server, and then we're gonna apply damage. So both of these have to be true. Otherwise, we're just gonna apply damage on the server. So let's pass in out hit get actor as the first input parameter to the server validation component. The second input is the time of damage, and we can steal the code up here. Let's see. So we need the player controller. So what we can do, copy this. And actually, let's get the player controller right here as well. And we need the player only player character. So we know that's being set up here. So this is why I need to really set this. What is this? Okay, this is why I need to set this one time, so I don't have to keep calling this, right? So right here, we're gonna say if this is valid, then we're gonna get the player controller, and we're gonna get the server validation component. And then we're gonna check if both of them are valid. Or let's just check one at a time just to make sure that debugging will be easier. If there's a problem, it'll give us one line and we can just check one thing. I'm gonna check if the server validation component is valid. And now we can call this right. So we're passing the character that we just hit because we know it's a animation entertainment character because only they implement this interface. We're passing in the time of damage, which we need to get the, here it is. Time of damage will be placed. You can get it right here. If only player control is valid, we'll declare the time of damage right here. Actually, yeah, as soon as possible. This is as soon as we can do it. And we'll save that. Pass it in right here. Time of damage. Now we need the location of damage. So we can call, get the impact point or impact, yeah, impact point. And the muzzle socket location, and we have that up here. This is where we're spawning the raycast. Right. We're gonna either use this or this. This is more descriptive, so I'm just gonna use this. And I'll just put location at the end. Get location. Right. So now we're passing in everything to the server validation component for us to perform server-side rewind. And this is going to take some refactoring to fix all that, but it's all good. Okay, so we can close out of this. Wait, I need to move this code. And put it right here. Okay. Now we can exit out of this function. Right, and I'm gonna do a quick compile to make sure everything is good. I think I got some errors. Weapon.h98. See what's wrong with weapon.h. Did I forget a colon? Semicolon? And forward declare this. And I need to forward declare this. Same with this. Let's make sure I did the same thing here. Okay, I don't need to do it here. They're only being set in the base class. What error do I have? Waycast weapon 179. Let's see what that is. $179. Okay, let's talk about this. Okay, it's giving me problems here again, even though I don't know what it's saying exactly. What is it saying? Assignment within a conditional expression. Okay, so I don't understand what it's telling me because I thought this was proper syntax. So let me check. Let's see. This is for bullet scatter. Right. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to do it this way. It's cause I declared it in the base class. I think that's why it's complaining. Yeah, that's why. Then I could check if this is valid, right? And I have to do the same thing. I'll have to do the same thing down here. Let's see. Oh, it's right here. I need to fix this right here. Can't do this in here, so what I can do actually is the first time I fire, since this is a member variable, when the first time I fire, I'll just set this until I, yes, that's the perfect way to do it. So that when I finally initialize it, I'll just have to delete one line, right? So I'm gonna set it up here until I initialize it properly when the weapon is picked up and dropped, and I'll just be checking it right here. I'll just check it wherever I need to check it, right? But I'm only gonna initialize it once. So I mean, it's only gonna be initialized like when it's fired. Once. And when it's dropped and someone else picks it up, then when they fire it, it'll be initialized to another variable, right? Another value, I mean. So there we go. Okay, so we have a successful compile. so I want to close these tabs and begin the beast. I have to take a detour, but it's all good because we're still prepared to implement what can be implemented. So okay, I'm trying to see what this region right here is for. I don't know what this region right here is for. It's like an extra region. Okay, I don't need this anymore. I can close these. Let's close that. And we can begin implementing server-side rewind. Okay. First things first. Okay, so we got the frame information. We're saving that within tick. The recorded history information for this tick. We're saving that. And let me see, I need to where is it? Where did I save it? Okay, we're saving it here. Right. Right here. Saving everything within this linked list. So the first thing we need to do is we need to obtain the server attribute. So we need to get like the frame data, the information that we saved within this linked list. You know, the update recorded history information. We need to get that from the enemy, from the victim, right? From the target that we just hit. We need to get their like data that they've been saving on the server, because we need to use that data and manipulate it to move it back to where we hit them, right? So we need to access this. So like right now, this is our saved data, right? We need to access the saved data of the person we hit, which is on their character on the server. So if I play real quick. Okay, I need to rebuild the project. And then I can have a visualization of what I'm saying on the screen. Right, got the compilation successful, and now we can launch Epic Games Unreal Engine and continue this implementation. Okay, so to visualize what I was saying, right now we are, where are the other characters? Oh, I forgot the lag is still on. Okay, so we're on the server, right? So right now, this is a client. Right, this is a client, and the bottom left is a client, and the top left is a client. So when we kill this character, right, we need to tell the server here, and this is us. This is our authoritative instance on the server, right? So you see, like, this version of us moving on the server is the same version of us, is the authoritative version of the top left instance of the game, right? So when we hit the character in front of us, which is this character, we're gonna have to tell the server from our PC, which is here on the top left. We have to contact the server right here, our version of the server, and we're gonna have to tell it, hey, here is the person I just hit on my screen, on my PC. Here's the person I just hit right here. And then we're gonna send that to the server, and the server's gonna be like, all right, I know who that is. That's you right here, right? Our version of the server is gonna be like, yeah, that's this person right here, because the character's replicated, right? So the server knows, if you pass in a reference, it knows what that reference is, because everything's replicated from the server, right? So you spawn on the server first, and then you spawn on your screen, right, on your PC. So these are the real versions of you. These are the copies of you, right? That you're controlling the copies of you, and you're updating your location and whatever you do on the real version of you. So you're passing the reference of the copy of the person you hit onto the server, and you're saying, here's the reference of the person I just hit. Here's the pointer. This, and then your authoritative version is saying, okay, that's this person. Let me get their recorded information that they've been saving, right, throughout this game. And we did that, you know, during the last stream. So let me get that information, the recorded history information, and let me shoot a fake bullet at them to where they were when at the time you sent me, and let me see if they were actually there, right? If they're there, then I'll give you that kill, right? Because I know that you actually hit them, because I verified it, right? So right now, that's what we're doing. So I need to, first of all, I have the time that we hit this character. I have the authoritative server time that I hit this character from this screen. I have the time that this character hit this character. So now I need to use that time and find where in their recorded history is the closest to the time that I sent, right? So if I'm gonna open a paint, right? So this is a timeline, right? Let's just imagine this is a timeline as, like, let's just say it has these are different times that we saved, right? And actually, let me, okay, so let's just say it starts at 150, then it goes to 155, 160, 165, 170, 175, 180, 185, 190, 195, 200, 205, right? This is the information that all of our characters are saving on the authoritative version of the game, right? So our real versions of the characters are saving this information on the server. So our client version hits another client version of another client character that exists on our PC, and it says, "Hey server, I hit this character," and it gives the server the character. It gives its version of the character that's on the server, this location. It's not the location. Yeah, the location too, but we're looking at the time now. It gives that version, the authoritative character, the time it hit it. So let's say it hit it right here, right at 177, right? So it hit this character at 177. So these are all the nodes right here. These time slots on the timeline are the nodes that we're saving here in this linked list, right? So this is the oldest node in the linked list. This is the oldest one that we have. This is the one that would, this is the like the one with the oldest time that we have, and this is the one with the newest time, right? So oldest and newest, okay? So what we have to do is, because a linked list, you can't just find a node, right? And if you guys hear a noise, I have this huge cargo train passing by my house again, so you might hear a loud like noise. It's the train passing by. But so we're using a linked list, and we can't just find like 175, right? Or find 180, or even find 170. And this is a time, right? So we don't have 177 saved anywhere. We just have 175, 180, 185, right? We have it by fives. So we have to create two new nodes. We're gonna call this, we have two new nodes, right? We have to create these two new nodes. We can call this newest time created. We're gonna call this most recent, right? Most recent time saved. Or most recently time save, or rather, instead of most, it's better if I call it more recently, and you'll understand why in a second. This is called more recently time saved, and this is called less recently time saved, right? Okay, so and we just created these two new nodes, and we're setting both of them to point at this time right here, at this node. This is a node, right? This is a node right here. This is a node that we saved. So we're setting both of these to point at this one. Now how a linked list works is that we have to move either one or both of them either backwards or forwards in time, right? Just because this is time, this represents time, a timeline. The information that we have represents history, right? So we have to move the nodes backwards or forwards through the information that we have, right? So to find this time right here, we're gonna take the less recently time moved, and we're gonna move it back one, right? We're gonna move it back one. Then we're gonna ask ourselves, is this time that we're at, is it before this time that was sent to us? If the answer is no, then we're gonna say, okay, let's move back another one, right? And we're gonna ask ourselves the same question: is this time that we're pointing at, there's a time in this node, is it before the time that we got sent? Nope. We're gonna ask ourselves the same question again, again, again. And right here, when we move to this one, we're gonna ask ourselves, is this node that we're pointing at, does this have a time that's before the time that was sent to us? The answer is yes. Okay. So this node is gonna equal this node, right? Now we have this node here. We're gonna move this node because we have this node, right? So this node is now gonna equal 175, right? It's gonna point to 175. It's gonna hold the same value as 175. It's gonna equal 175, right? Now this node that's pointing at here, this node is still pointing here at 205, right? Since we found this location that's before this 177, now we're gonna get this node for that represents the more recently time saved, and we're going to move it to equal 175 as well, right? So we're just gonna move it all the way back to the same node as this one, as the less recently time saved. And then we're gonna say, all right, now let's move it forward again. One slot. It's called previous because we're going previous, right? When you're using linked list, the tail is the oldest, and when you're moving forward in time, this is previous, right? You're going previous, and then if you say next, you're going next backwards from the top, right? Because you can't go next forward, and you can't go. It kind of makes sense for it to say previous because you're going backwards in time, but in this case, previous is going to the right. From the oldest, you're going to the right. Previous, forward, like it doesn't make sense, but just know that previous means like you're going from where you are towards the head, right? This is the head. This is the head. The head is always the newest, right? The tail is always the oldest. So previous, when you're getting, so Epic, of course they made us they made people who develop within their engine helper functions, right? If you're just coding in C++ without the helper functions, you'll have to create your own nodes for moving the nodes forward and backwards. But since we have these helper functions, we just use the getter, right? Get previous or get next, right? So when you're moving from the tail towards the head, you're getting the previous node. When you're moving from the head towards the tail, you're getting the next node. Just remember that. So we're pointing the more recently time saved to 175. Now we want to move this node that equals more recently time saved previous. So get previous, which is this one, 180. So now this one equals 180. So now we have a node that points, because you can't just iterate through the linked list and just say, all right, point this one at 180 and point this one at 175. It doesn't work like that, right? You can't. It doesn't know what it is, where it is in memory. So you have to like iterate through the memory until you find what you're looking for, right? So we found the previous, find the one that's right before the time of hit, the time the damage needs to be analyzed, or we find the time or the node that's at the time right after the damage was supposedly inflicted, right? So we have both nodes right here. Okay, so what's next, right? Now we're gonna create another timeline here. This is a mini timeline that just represents 175 and 180, right? And this is where the damage happened, right? Let's say this is 177, right? So now, since we have a node that points at 175 and one that points at 180, we need to find exactly where the boxes were, right? So if you want a visual representation, you can put a visual representation on the screen. Auditory says the trains. Yeah, man. Those trains, they're too loud and I can't do anything about it. Well, I can get like those sound soft things that you put on your walls. I don't know the name, but I can get one of those. And I'm sure that will help with the noise, right? But also my window's open, so I'm sure that's a big reason why the sound is so loud. But right, so let's visualize what we're doing. We have let's see, I need to make this a bit smaller so I can, okay. So we have a node that points to 175 and one points to 180, right? And to visualize it, just imagine that 177 is at this, like this is the timeline that we're looking at, right? So imagine 177 being like right there in the middle somewhere, almost. Not in the middle, but more towards, yeah, kind of in the middle, right? So actually, let me take a screenshot of this. And okay. And I'm gonna paste the screenshot in here. Okay. I need to do that again. So right. You paste the screenshot and I'm just gonna crop it. Right. So now we have a visual representation that we can always look at. Right. So this is the visual representation right here. So I'm trying to find a perfect place to put it where we can see everything. I'm gonna have to put it right here. Make it a bit smaller. All right. So imagine this is 180. Like, let's just say this is 180 where the character is. And 175 is like right here. Right. So we have to find where 177 is, which is somewhere around here. Right. We have to find this data right here. Correct? And then, so first of all, how do we do that? Since we have the time here and the time here, what we're gonna do is there's a formula you can use, right? So we can get the time between this time and this time. So we're gonna get basically, we're gonna get the duration of time between this time and this time. This is 5, right? This is 5. And then we're gonna get the duration of time between this time and this time. This is 2. Now we have to basically what we want to do with these nodes that we moved back and forward, back up here, and then we moved this one back up here. I'm sorry, we moved this node here and then we moved this node here, and then we moved this node forward one. So what we want to do with that is we want to now use this node that's pointing at 175, that's right here. We want to interpolate 175 because that's the value that it's holding. It's holding the same value as the node that's right here at 175, right? And this node is holding the same value as the node that's here at 180. So we want to interpolate this node, right? We want to interpolate, write it down right here. Interpolate. Less recently time saved node. Less recently time saved node. We're gonna interpolate this node, right? Which is 175. We're gonna interpolate this node towards more recently time saved node. So create another node here. More recently time saved node, right? So we want to interpolate this node towards this node until we reach this position right here, right? And let me just write this or rather and duration. This is what this is. Duration equals 2, duration equals 5, right? This is the duration of time. This is the duration of time, 5. So we want to interpolate this node towards this node, and we want to stop exactly right here at 177. And we want to stop exactly at 177, right? So how do we do this? Well, we know that the duration of time between this node and this node, the duration of time between the less recently time saved node and the more recently time saved node is 5. And we know the duration between the same two nodes, between not the same two nodes, between the less recently time saved node and the time where we want to stop, that we got sent by the person who shot the weapon, who hit somebody. We know that's 177, right? So that's 2. So an easy way to do this is to get the fraction or the percentage of this time, right? So rather, a better way to say it is, what percentage of this duration, what percentage of 5 is 2, right? Or rather, 2 is what percent of 5, right? That's what we're trying to do. We want to get the percentage of this, that this is, out of this whole time. And once we figure that out, then we want to move this one forward by this percentage that we just resolved, right? By this product. And we can figure that out, right? Easily by saying like 2 divided by 5 is 0.4, right? Nearly half, but not quite half. So we have the point 4 in this example is what we want to move this node towards this node, point 4. And if we look at so Epic made functions that we could use. They're called fmath v interp2, right? This function, it takes the current vector you're at, the target, the delta time, and the interp speed, right? So the current vector that we're going to use is this node, this less recently time saved node. We're going to get the location of all the boxes, right? And then we're going to get so this is one. There's also R interp2, right? So for V interp2, we're gonna get the location of all the boxes. For R interp2, we're gonna get the rotation for all the boxes, right? And then it's asking for a vector, right, of the target. So where do we want to move it, right? We have that location. This is the location we want to move it, 180, right? This is where we're starting. This is where we want to move it. Same for the rotation. We're starting at the same. They're gonna take the same inputs, right? Except one is gonna give us a rotation, one's gonna give us a location, right? The delta time, we're not gonna do this with delta time because delta time is basically tick, like it's constant, is running constantly, right? If we do it with tick, it's gonna give us, if we do it with tick, this is the location we're gonna get. We're gonna start interpolating here, and we're gonna go past where we want, and it's gonna stop here. We don't want that. We don't want to use delta time because we can't stop it, right? It's just constant. So instead of using delta time, we're gonna put one, the number 1 here, right? Just the value 1, right? And think of this as the multiplier for our interp speed, right? The delta time is gonna be multiplied by interp speed, and that's what's gonna move these vectors, right? So we're gonna put 1 here, and the interp speed we're gonna put is this percentage that we just got. What percentage of this whole duration is this duration to the target that we want to end? 0.4, right? So we're going to put 0.4 as a target speed, right? As the interp speed, sorry. And when we do that, it's going to multiply 0.4 by 1 and move this vector forward from the current location to its target location by 0.4 because we're using 1 as the delta time, right? So it's just happening instantly, right? It's not interpolating at all. It's just from this location, it's gonna move instantly to this location, right? I'm sorry, from this location is gonna move instantly to this location, but it's gonna be moving towards this location. So let's visualize that. And let me actually take a screenshot of this. Right, we can paste the screenshot right here. Right, so we're gonna start here. We're gonna interpolate towards here. So we're starting here, current, this node. We're interpolating towards the target, which is this node. But we're not using the actual nodes. We're using the values within the object in the node, which is the time. So we're interpolating the time within this node to the time within this node. And we're saying instantly using 1 multiplied by this number, which is 0.4, move us forward, right? So don't interpolate us forward, just move us forward instantly. Because 1, right? We're not interpolating, just like boom, just instant. And it's gonna stop exactly at 0.4% of the way there, right? Because this is 2, right? This duration is 2. It's not half. If it was 2.5, it would be, if this duration was 2.5, it would be 0.5, right? Because that's half the distance. So I hope this makes sense. It's math, and I know math can be a little tricky, so I hope this makes sense. That's how we're gonna find the location that the player that shot the gun said he hit this person, right? So we shoot this character, but on our screen we see them right here, and we send this location to the server, and the server moves these boxes on the character back here and shoots a fake bullet. And if there's a hit, then that's how we confirm the hit. And I think that's a better explanation. This explanation might help you understand server side rewind more and how you can die around corners. Because if you're really laggy and you see this character back here on your screen, but in reality this character's right here, right? You hit them right here on your screen. You tell the server this is where you hit them. But let's imagine there's a wall right here. The server's gonna move these boxes back here and say, yeah, this character was back there at this time. After it shoots these boxes, it's gonna say, yeah, the character was there. I'm gonna give you the kill. And then this character on that screen, they're right here. They're just gonna die, right? They're gonna be like, what the hell? I was around the wall, man. Excuse my language. But that's how, like, that dying around the corner works for the most part. So there's a lot of implementations of this. This is the one that I learned, and it's already a pretty complicated algorithm. So I'm thankful I learned it at all, you know. So yep, I'm gonna go ahead and implement this. And Audiotor says, yeah, I understand it. Heck yeah. Hey, I'm glad you understand it. Thanks for letting me know, Audiotor. I'm trying to be as clear as possible, and I'm glad you can understand it. So let us begin implementing this beast. First things first, I want to create another function that's going to be called within this function that's going to get. So first we need to get the time. We need to get these two times, 180 and 175. Whatever time we pass in, we want to find the time that we have recorded right before it and the time that we have right after it. So that's step 1. So let's create a function that we can call that will do that. All right, so we'll create this function here, and I'm trying to think of a name for it. You can call this function, What's a good name for this function? Let's see. Obtain. We're trying to find these two nodes. So what's a good function name? Obtain relevant recorded information. That's the only thing I can think of. Obtain relevant recorded information. If there's something else, let me see. Let me see the name of this linked list again. And obtain relevant recorded history information. No, obtain. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Unless I think of something else. Obtain relevant. How do you? I feel pretty dumb right now. I don't know how to spell relevant. Let's Google it. Relevant. Alright. So, pretty dumb. Wait a minute. This is relevant. This is relevant. What way is there to spell it? This. Oh man, this is relevant. This is relevant. Dictionary. Relevant is no word. Relevant though means close. What the heck? Okay, I'll just use relevant. Seems like other people had the same problem I did. Relevant. Obtain relevant. And we're gonna call this recorded history information. Right? I'll probably end up changing this. But and this is gonna take a. For now I'm just gonna pass this in. And as I need more, I'll pass it more data into the function. Let's go ahead and define this function. I'll declare it rather, so it can be fully qualified. Okay. So this function needs to get that visualization on the screen. So we're not thinking too much about things we just clearly went over. We need to obtain this time and this time. To do that, we need to obtain the information from the character that was damaged. So we need this. Right? We need the pointer to the damaged character so we can access the server validation component within the character that we just shot, right? We need to get its information, right? Because right now we're in our own like, if this is a first person game, imagine we have a gun pointed at this character. We're in our own server validation component on our character. We need to get this one that this character has. That's what we're doing here. We have a reference to it, so we're gonna get that. So what we can do, first we need to check if this is valid. So we're going to check if, if this is not valid, or we need to get a reference to its component, right? So we could say if this, and then we say get, this is a helper function I developed during the yesterday stream. Get server validation component. This is not valid, or this is not valid. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna return, right? Right, this is an actor. So what we need to do first, before we even check this, is we need to say, we need to cast this. So we're gonna cast this to, we're gonna say damaged character equals a cast, and it's gonna be casted to our character class, right? And what we're casting is damaged character, and we can name this, need to call this something different actually. We just call this animation entertainment animation entertainment damaged character, or rather damaged animation entertainment character, right? And here we can check if this is valid, if this is not valid, or this is not valid, then we're gonna return, right? So if we get right here, we know we have a valid reference, and we know that this is valid. So what we can do is we need to get the oldest time. First we need to create 2 new nodes, right? We need to create these 2 nodes, the less recently time saved and the more recently time saved. So let's go ahead and create those nodes, and they're going to be of type, they're going to be of this type, of this linked list, right? Actually no, this is a linked list. We just need the nodes. Or okay, let's do this. We can't create nodes on their own, right? So what we can do is we can set a float, or rather a time. So let's see how do we want to name this? We can say const float, and it's going to be a reference to constant float reference to this one of these nodes, whichever one we're doing first. Let's do less recently, time saved, right? And we're going to initialize this float reference with, we're going to get this component, and actually let's get a, we need a reference to this linked list within the character that we're getting the information from, right? So we need the linked list on the character that we just hit. So what we're gonna do is put another variable check here. So if this is not valid, if this is not valid, and I'll probably put this on a new line, or if this is not valid, and this is a private. I wonder if I can access it within, because I'm already in the class, right? And this, we need to access this too, so we're checking to see if this is valid, right? But I don't think we can. Let's just access the tail and the head. So we're gonna say if the head needs, let's check to see if the head is valid, because these are pointers, and or if the tail, get tail. So we're gonna check to see if the head is valid and the tail is valid, right? If none of these is valid, we're going to return. Or if any of these is not valid, we're gonna return. So the less recently time saved, as you see right here, both of them are pointing at the head, right? They stop pointing at the head. So we're gonna set the less recently time saved, or let's name this to more. Recently time saved. I'm gonna set this equal to, and I think I don't want to keep creating variables, so I'll just copy this. It's gonna be equal to the head, right? And then we're gonna get the value. Actually, yeah, let's create it. Let's create a, let's see what kind of pointer this is. We can copy and paste this. Right? We can create a const, this type of pointer. And we can name this damaged animation entertainment character. It's a long name, but zero validation component. No. Here it is. It's a pretty long name, but it's descriptive, so I need to understand what I'm doing when I look at this later on. Right, so this is the linked list of this character that we're damaging. So we're gonna set this equal to get head, right? Because we know it's valid. Let's see. Oh yeah, we need to get the value from the head. So let us get the value. It's a pointer, so we need to get the value inside the node and the head, right? And I don't remember this. Is it a dot operator or? Maybe it shouldn't be const, because it wasn't declared as const. Right. So let's see. It seems like I have a syntax error. I initialize this as, okay, I should have used, okay, it's not, I think it's malfunctioning again. Oh, right. I'm accessing a node. I want to access the entire linked list, right? So I think I know what I did wrong. This is a pointer to the node. I need to get this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a, this is a pointer to the head. I want to get this right here. And I don't think I can do it the way I think I thought I could do it. So I'll just have to do it this way, right? Just gonna have to do it this way. And then this get head, we need to get the value within the head, right? And then within the value, we can obtain the time because the value is a struct. So let's wait for IntelliSense to catch up. And time of record. Right. So that's what we're obtaining. We're obtaining the time from the head. And then we're going to create another one. And we're going to call this less recently time saved. And we're going to initialize this to this one because now they're both pointing ahead. Right. And actually, this is where I messed up. Okay, I understand where I messed up. This is where I messed up. I'm sorry. Instead of a float, my train of thought is messed up. So we're initializing both of them. They're both pointers, and this one's just gonna point to the head. We're not gonna get the value. We don't need the value. It's not gonna do us any good. This is gonna point at the head, and this one's gonna point at the head as well. Right. So we're creating two nodes of this type of linked list. Right. Yeah. Apologies again. We can delete that. So we're declaring two pointers to this type of linked list that we created, and these pointers are nodes. These pointers that we just created are nodes of this linked list, and we're setting them both to equal the head, right? So that's the first step set. Both of them equal the head. Okay. Now for the edge cases, we need to check the edge cases to see, like, it's better if I explain it here. We need to say, we basically need to check if the time that we received, if it's out of scope, right? We need the time that we received, that we hit this character, we need to check, is it too old? Like, do we have the data? Do we have that time in our record? Right? Is it like too old? Right? Is it the time that's exactly at the node that's last? Right? Which is pretty rare. I don't think it's ever gonna happen, because if you think about it, if you look at the time, right, 520 is 3 digits, right? So like right here, let's just type in 520, right? Why am I using 520, right? 530, 520, right? 3 digits. Now imagine a float, right? 5.3, right? Like that. So whatever number we're passing in here, a float has, I don't know how many decimal. This is let's see how many a float has. I'm not sure how many numbers of precision a float has after the decimal, but you can imagine. Okay, I thought it would like give me a. Let's see, if I create float and type in time, right? Let's see how many decimal places it has. Okay, it has 1, right? So if I put double, yeah, it says double has 2 as well, but we know that's not true. We can do a quick Google search. How many decimal places of precision does a float have? 7. Oh, so 7, right? Double can hold up to 15. So just imagine we pass in the time and it's like 7.1234567, right? The odds of it equaling exactly a time that we have saved is very rare. It's not really likely, right? But it's just an edge case that we need to check. So we're checking if the time that we have passed, that we hit this character, if it's too old in the past, which means like we have considerable lag, right? If it's too far in the past, we're not going to use server side rewind. We're just going to return, right? That person is not going to get that kill or that hit point, right? Because they're just too laggy and it's not going to be fair for this person, right? If it's right at the oldest time, then we can use it. We're going to use it and we're going to confirm. Of course, we're going to check to see if they actually hit the character, but we're going to use this node that's right here at the oldest time we have recorded. We're not going to do all this, right? We're not going to interpolate or do any of this because we already have a node that has the exact time and we have the information at that time, right? And then we're going to check, is the time that we have sent to us, is it at the newest node that we have, or is it even after the new? Is it a value that's so far in the future that we don't even have it, or is it like right at the newest? If it's either one of those, so if it's right at the newest node or if it's too far in the future, then we're going to use the head node, right? If it's too far in the future, that means that's the server. And again, we're not doing this on the server. Server side rewind is never going to be done on the server because the server doesn't need to check, right? Because it has the authoritative version of the game. So there's no lag on the server. Lag happens on everybody else who's connected to the server, right? Because lag is the time it takes for you to communicate to the server and the server to communicate back to you, or vice versa, right? So the server is never going to have lag. And the server is not going to do server side rewind. So we don't need to check the future. Well, we might as well just check it, right? So if it's the future or if it's the newest node, we're just going to use the head node, right? And if it's not those two cases, then we know we need to interpolate and find it, right? So that's what we're doing right now. So let's do the first edge case for the oldest. So we're going to say if we can grab this time, if this time, and looking at this timeline, I need to look at it to know how to write this. So the older the time, the less it is in value, right? So we need to say, is the time received, is it less than the oldest, right? So is the time of damage less than, and we can grab the tail. And maybe I should make this its own variable so it's easier to like read, or I could just maybe, yeah, I'll make it its own variable. I'll say float oldest time recorded. I'm gonna initialize this with tail get value, right? And get value is going to return us the object in this node, the tail node, which is a structure. And then we can use time of record, right? And we can also do this, we can also store the, and actually let's make these const references, const float references. And we can do the same thing for the head, right? And this can be newest, or rather oldest and most recent. And I'm gonna actually rename this to less recent. Actually no. Most recent time recorded, oldest time recorded. And this is gonna be equal to get head, right? And let me just put a space right there. And for this right here, I'm gonna cut it out and place it right here, just for now. And then right here, we can use the oldest. So is the time of damage less than the oldest time of record? Right? Is it less than this oldest time of record? Do we not have it? Right, we can write some notes right here. Check to see if the time which is passed in via the input argument of this function is too far back in the timeline history. Is this time that was passed in too old? Is it out of scope of the data which the supposedly damaged character? Wait, is this time that was passing too old? Is it out of scope of the data which the supposedly damaged character has stored within its recorded history information linked list? If so, return, right? If this is the case, we're gonna return. This person gets no damage points or no kills. The player who shot the weapon is too. Well, the player who shot the victim has very poor network conditions. The kill / damage should not be applied. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. Now we're checking to see if the time that we got passed, is it exactly at the oldest, right? So we're gonna say else if the time we get, is it equal to the oldest time? If so, we're going to, let me write, why is it not what's this? It's not give expression must be modifiable value. Oh right. Yikes, my mistake. So Okay, so we're gonna say check to see if the time, I can copy this maybe. So check to see if the time which was passed in via the input argument of this function is equal to the time within the object contained inside the tail node. If this is the case, the information, well, let me go see. Okay. So we're gonna say this is the case. The recorded information struct. If this is the case, the F recorded information struct that needs to be analyzed is located within the tail node. Therefore, obtain said information and analyze the box struct contained within the let's see, this map within the recorded history information map, which is located within the, and of course, just to be as descriptive as possible, I'm just gonna put all this right here. So if I have to read it again, I know exactly what's going on. Okay. What's going on here? Okay, it needs to be doubles. Okay. So if this is the case, what we're gonna do is we need to ultimately get this, right? So we're gonna have to get this. We need to get this information, and this is stored within this box, right? So we're gonna return this. So we're going to create, we need to create a local. So what we're doing now is we know the data we have is within the tail, right? So we need to create a local, one of these structures to store the information that's within that tail, to like transfer it basically. Just so the code is easily readable and we know what we're doing. We're gonna get the information out of the tail because right here we have the information. So we're gonna take it out of the tail and we're gonna put it in here. We're gonna call this recorded history information to analyze, right? And I'm gonna move these around so it's easier to read, but we're gonna get this. This is a local variable. Put it in here and set this equal to the tail, right? And we don't have a tail, so what we can do is just do this. I really want to just create a tail in a head node variable, right? Let's do that. So we can call this head node, right? Now we can get the tail node. Call this tail node, right? And we can set this equal to tail node. Okay. I'll refactor this. I just want to get this working. So now we need to check, is the time that we got sent to us, is it at the head node, or at a time that's after, like that we don't have yet, at a time that's too new, right? If either one, oh yeah, 'cause I need to get the tail node, and then from the tail node I need to get the value, right? So is this time after the time that we have sent to us? Is it too new, right? Too new to the future, which is never gonna happen because we're not the server, and when the game is complete, no one's gonna play on the server. Everyone's gonna be on a client, and the dedicated server is gonna be on a cloud, right? So it's only possible that the time we got sent to us is the newest, which is still kind of not really possible because everyone's lagging behind the server, right? But just to check and be sure that we have all the edge cases, we're gonna check anyway. So we can record this, or rather we could say else if is the time of damage, and we look at the timeline, I'm gonna say, is the time of damage greater or equal to, right? Because if it's too new, the numbers are bigger, right? So we're gonna say, is it greater than oldest time in the record? Oldest time recorded rather. Right, if that's the case, we're gonna set this variable recorded history information to analyze, which is a structure, right? That contains the time of record and a structure, a map that maps the box that we're looking at to like the box location, box rotation, and box extent. We're gonna set this structure, which is local, to equal the head value. So we're gonna just copy this and say head node get value, right? We can write a note here. Just copy this note. Check to see the time which was passed in via the input argument of this function is equal to the time within the object contained within the object contained inside. How do I say this? My English is not right here. Check to see if the time which was passed in via the input argument of this function is equal to the time within the object to the time within the object contained inside the tail node. Okay, that's correct. Inside the head node. If this is the case, the F recorded history information struct that needs to be analyzed is located within the head node. Okay, therefore obtain said information, right? And I could just write from, therefore obtain said struct from the head node and analyze the, I think this is what I messed up, and analyze this map and analyze the map, this map obtaining, and analyze this map. I'll just say analyze this map. Actually, no, I don't want to delete all that. So we're gonna analyze this map, obtaining each box component, location, rotation, and box extent. Matching them to how they were let me read this again. Therefore obtain set struct from the head node and analyze the recorded history information map. I'll just leave it there, and as we continue on, I'll put more information. I don't want to confuse myself and anyone else. And I'm just gonna change these to say, right, tail node. Okay, so after we do all these, we know that the time that we got passed into us is somewhere between here, right? Therefore, I'm gonna create an else and say within this one, I'm gonna say iterate through the timeline of the recorded history information linked list using the time of record value stored within the struct as the base, right? So we're gonna iterate through this linked list like we went through before, moving these two nodes that we declared up here. I'm gonna move them down here. We're gonna move these two nodes, or rather we're just gonna move one, the less recently time saved, we're gonna move it backwards until it is right before the time that we got sent to us, right? So let us declare these right here. And this is lengthy variable, and so what I want to do is kind of want to put them on their own line, right, like that. Okay, so how do we iterate through this linked list? Hold on, let me turn on the light because it's kind of dark in my room. Okay, so how do we iterate through this linked list, right? We have the head. We have two nodes pointing at the head. So the best thing to do is to enter a while loop. And we can say while, and we get the less recently time saved. And we say while this node, and we get the value, right? We need to make sure. So first, let's make sure they're valid because they are pointers. And I mean, we know they're valid because they're up here. We're just getting the head and the tail, but let's just check if they're valid, right? So we're gonna grab each node right here, or we're just gonna grab the less recently time saved, check if it's valid. But we know it's valid because it's just a tail, but it's still a pointer, so it's good to check. So we're grabbing it and putting it here, and we're saying while this less recently time saved node is, let's look at the timeline so we can visualize what we're doing. While this less recently time saved is greater, right, than the time that we got passed in, and we're not just accessing the node, we're gonna let us access the value within the node, right? And getting the value, we're going to get the time. Yep, so the time of record. So we're saying iterate through the timeline of, yeah, so is the time of record here, is it greater, right? Is it greater than time of damage, right? They're saying, is this greater than the time of damage? While it is, what do we want to do? So we can write a note. While the value stored within the while the value stored within the less recently time saved is greater than the value stored within time damaged. So while the value stored within the less recently time saved is greater than the value stored within time of damage, set the local, set the local variable less recently time saved to equal, and if we remember correctly, when we're moving backwards, or rather when we're moving towards the tail in the linked list, we're saying next. When we're moving towards the head, we're saying previous, right? Equal next. And start the music. Okay, we can say next is when the node being moved. Next is movement towards the tail node. Okay, so the value within this this pointer that's pointing at the head is greater than the time of damage, we're going to say this node is equal to, or we can get this node again. Let's see, you can get this node right here. And we can get next node. Right? So we're gonna keep moving backwards. Right? Keep moving backwards in time until it's right here. And I actually need to, let's check if, I'm only checking if this is valid. Let's check if this is valid as well. Even though it doesn't matter, but so if both of them are valid, and watching, auditor says watching this dude named Tokyo Spliff been coding for 12 hours. Oh yeah, I know about Tokyo Spliff. I worked with him for a little bit. I mean, it was a little like assignment that he gave me, not coding related. It was a 3D, like developing. I did like a little assignment for his game, the game that he's developing. Yeah, he codes a lot. Yeah, I see his streams. Sometimes it's like it's 12 hours, 11 hours. I'm like, my man, you know, he loves coding, man. You don't feel it. You don't feel tired when you're enjoying it. So you stop messing up until like later on in the stream or the coding session, when your body is just like, yo, you need to take a break, you know. So it wasn't animation related. It was related to like developing characters. His main character. I think he already has an animator for his weapons. Maybe when he needs like character movement, he'll hit me up for that. I don't know. Yeah, Tokyo Spliff is nuts. Yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah, he's a gnarly dude, coding for like 12 hours a day. I'm like, God damn, brother. God damn. God damn. Yeah, he's cool, man. So we're gonna trying to see. So we moved back. We're in the while loop. We're not gonna exit this until we are less than the time of record, right? But also let's just check that the next node that we set this equal to is not null. We know it's not gonna be null because if it goes too far back and it is null, that means we're past, like, the time that we got sent to us was like too back in the future, too back in the past, I mean. And we checked that right here. So we know it's not gonna happen, but we can still check it. So we're gonna say if this next node is equal to null pointer, what we're gonna do is we're gonna break out of this full loop. I mean this while loop. We're gonna break out, right? That's crazy. Heck yeah, dude. That's like a badge of honor. LOL. Super chill guy. Yeah, he's super chill. He's mellow. Listen to good music, good chill music. Well, not always chill, but listen to some nice. I don't know if it's nice, but I mean, some of the songs are nice. Some of them are just like, some of them are nice. Some of them I don't like. Everyone's like that, but he listens to good music in general. Yeah, he's dope. I like him, man. For sure. Less recently, time saved. Okay. So when we get out of this while loop, we're going to. Okay. So when we get out of this while loop, let's write a note. We can say when this line of code is reached, this means that the less recently time saved local variable is pointing at, or rather contains, the information that was recorded just before the hit, just before the value stored within the input argument time of damage, right? Therefore, set the local variable more recently time saved to equal less recently time saved followed by setting followed by setting more recently time saved to equal previous. This will set the local variable, more recent time saved, to be equal to the information that was recorded right after the value stored, right after the value passed in via the input argument. How some of the songs are interesting. Yeah. He listens to, like, it's not always rap, but I think a good bit of his music that he likes to listen to is rap. So right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab more recently time moved, more recently time saved. We're gonna set that equal to less recently time saved. Then we're gonna set more recently time saved equal to more recently time saved. And if we remember clearly, when we're moving towards the head, we're getting previous, right? When we're moving towards the tail, we're getting next. Okay, so after we do this, we have the nodes pointing at these two locations right before and right after the time's supposed damage. So this function is getting pretty hefty. It's a lot of, pretty much because of the nodes. If I close all the nodes, it's still a lot. Like it's more than what I want to look at, you know, but it can't be helped. So I think what I want to do is I want to okay, so this, I want this to return a, because I don't want to add any more things, any more else in here, right? And over here, so over here we're returning a recorded, we're returning this, right? So we have to return this. If anything, this function needs to return this, right? And let me see. This is called obtain relevant recorded history information. So I'm trying to think of, because we know what we need to do now. Now we need to interpolate between this node and this node. But up here, so down here, okay, so this is all like part of the same function. All right, so I have to continue because I ultimately need to get a recorded history information to analyze. So I ultimately need to fill this in right here, right? Because, and even right here, this needs to, this is gonna have to return something as well, right? I'm just not sure yet, so I'm gonna keep working through this. So yeah, mostly Young Thug. Yeah, Yep, you're definitely right. You do watch Tokyo Spliff. All right. So what's next? All right. So we have the two times. Now we need to analyze. We need to interpolate between the two. So that's next. I need to interpolate between the two and find the exact location here. Right. So let's create another function, and this function is going to interpolate between these two, the information within these two, and it's gonna find a let me think about this for a second. We're gonna interpolate between these two pointers, getting the information within them, right? And we're gonna move these boxes to that location. So we have these two. We have these two times before and after the hit. So we're gonna interpolate these boxes to this time, right? Interpolate the location, the rotation, and the box extent. Try to think about how I want to do that. I need to, let's see, what is the best way to go about this? I know I'm gonna have to use a for loop, and we already have the structures. Okay, so let's get the time. Let's get the time set. Okay, I'm just trying to think of the most efficient way to do this, because we have these two locations that we need to move from back here, or rather we need to find, let's find this percentage. Okay, so we can get this time. Okay, so we have this time, we have this time. So let's create a function called interpolate interpolate less frequently time saved. I don't want to, I want to be able to know what I'm looking at as soon as I look at the name. Interpolate I just put it interpolate less recently time saved. No, because I would, if I'm looking at it like from just looking at it from my like right here, and I don't know anything about these variables, I won't understand it if I name it interpolate like less recently time saved to damage time, right? So I'm trying to think of a name. I can just call it interpolate to time of damage, right? And it's gonna take in 2 pointers, and it's gonna return an F box. It's gonna return this structure, right? So let's go ahead and it's going to take a 2 pointers of const pointers, and let's go ahead and just put this right here. And recently, wait, reference, and this one can be the same type. And of course, I'm gonna change that from more recently to less recently. Okay. And I'm going to copy this and fully qualify it by declaring it. And I'll put these both on their own line. And this is going to return the structure. And I think I want to make this const, right? It's not going to change anything. It's just going to return. And let's go ahead and let's go ahead and fully qualify this by defining it. And we're going to define this right here because we're using it right here basically. X. And then we're going to set this variable equal, wait, it's const, so I don't think I can, oh no, it returned something, so it should work. More recently time saved, we need to pass that up. We can just delete this, matter of fact, delete that, and right, so it says const. All right, I didn't fully qualify it. I need to fully qualify it right here. Okay, so this is going to be set, right? So instead of returning, I'm not going to return. I'm just going to set this here and say this equals, I mean, it's already initialized up there, so I'm not going to do anything right here. But this function needs to return something, right? I'm going to create another structure. And I'm going to call this server-side rewind result. Server-side rewind result, right? And this is going to return two booleans. And these booleans that we're going to pass in, it can be one B headshot damage and the other one can be confirmed hit. B confirmed, B confirmed damage, right? And this server side, this function here, obtain relevant recorded history information, it's going to return a server side rewind result. Right? So that means that I'm going to put some spaces here. And I'm going to create a server side rewind result and call this server side rewind result. right? And here I'm gonna put this equal to, I'm gonna initialize this struct with false and false. Right? So you can initialize a struct or the variables within the struct. Oh yeah, it should be brackets. If we use brackets, you can access the components of the struct and set their value. So I'm setting the values here with false and false. Or yeah, actually, I'm sorry. It is. I'm pretty sure it's curly. I'm not initializing. I'm not sure if it's curly brackets or. Okay, it's brackets, not curly brackets, but regular brackets. So you can access the components within the struct with brackets, and then. Okay. I feel pretty dumb. I forgot syntax. So let me check where I first learned about it. And right, so you can, okay, only if you're initializing it, you can initialize a struct like this. But if you already have it initialized, so you can initialize it with curly brackets if you initialize it on the same line. So what I'm gonna do is initialize it. I'm gonna initialize it up here, right? And unless I change it, right? I'm just gonna return here, and I'm gonna have to change the values, right? If anything else is, so if this is the case, I'm just gonna return false, right? So I'm not gonna, so like for example, if the time of damage is older, or if it's less than the oldest time recorded, I'm returning false, which means B confirmed damage is false, B headshot damage is false, right? So here we're going to set the recorded history information to analyze to equal interpolate the time of damage, and I'll be right back. All right. Thanks. Back. So, what was I doing? Right. Interpolating to the time of damage. So, what needs to be done to interpolate is we need to get the duration of the earliest time that we got. So we need to get the duration of between the less recently time saved and the more recently time saved. Right? Welcome back. Yep, thanks for welcoming me back. Alright, and yes, the more and we look at the timeline, we see that the more recently time saved has a bigger value than the less recently time saved, and that's just how the timelines work. So to get the duration, what we're gonna do is first of all we're gonna check if these pointers are valid. So we're gonna say we're gonna create a const. Oh no, sorry. We're gonna check if this. So we're gonna check if they're not valid. If either one is not valid, we're gonna return an empty struct. Right. Otherwise, we are going to get the duration, right, of the time between the more recently time saved and the less recently time saved. So we can say, what's the best way to name this? It can be a const float. I can name this duration of time between and actually I'm gonna use this one first, between more recently time saved reference and less recently time saved reference, right? And we can, I'm actually going to create two more floats because I want to get each of these, the times in each of these nodes on their own line. So this line, so this code, this declaration and initialization doesn't take like the whole screen, right? I'm gonna call this const float more recently time saved, and the name of the variable within this, we're gonna call it time of record. So we're gonna say more recently time saved, time reference, time of record. The heck? Right, and we're gonna initialize this with, gonna get this, get value, and with the value we're gonna get the time of record. Right, we're gonna do the same thing with the other input parameter. We're gonna name this less recently time saved reference, time of record, right? And now we're gonna subtract the less recently time saved out of the more recently time saved. So we're gonna say more recently time saved reference, time of record, minus this one, and still quite a big, well, it's not too big, right? Don't forget the colon. So now we have the duration of time between more recently time saved reference and less recently time saved reference, right? So now what do we do? Now we need to get the time duration between the less recently time saved, between the less recently time saved reference, time of record, and the, okay, I needed to pass this in, I need to pass in time of damage to this function, because I need to use it. Alright, so we're gonna get the difference between the time of damage and the less recently time saved reference time of damage, right? And we're gonna say const float duration of time between time of damage and less recently time saved reference, right? And this is going to be initialized to time of damage minus less recently time saved reference time of record, right? Next, we need to get the percentage, right? So we need to say what percentage of this is this, right? So let me write these notes. Store the values which are passed in within the pointers and the input arguments as local variables. Store the time of record values which are passed in within the pointers and the input arguments as local variables. And then we're gonna say find the percentage of find the percentage, or rather I'll write a note for each line. So this line will say get the duration of time that has passed from the values time of record which are stored within the pointers that were passed in via the input argument, with the duration of time that passed between get the duration of time that passed, and I'll put this in parentheses, from the values of this. Get the duration of time that passed between get the duration of time that passed between the values stored within the pointers that are passed in via the input argument. And this will say get the duration of time. All right, let's just get the duration of time between. To get the duration of time between the values. All right, sorry. Let's get the duration of time between the duration of time from the values.
What have you
Time record between the values stored within the input parameter and okay. Now we need to get the percentage. Get the percentage of time that duration of time between time of damage unless recently time received saved reference is get the percentage of time that duration of time between time of damage and less recently time saved reference is of. All right, and let's get this percentage. This percentage is a const float, and we're gonna call this percentage of time from this percentage of time what's the percentage of percent to move percent to interpolate from less recently time saved reference to towards more recently time saved reference. And this is going to be equal to, if we look at the map, the timeline, this percentage is we divide the smaller value by the bigger value to get the percentage that the smaller value is of the bigger value, right? So the smaller value is the duration of time between time of damage and less recently time saved. Let me remove this reference word because it's kind of throwing me off, right? Essentially template from less recently time saved towards more recently time saved, and that's going to be equal to duration of time between duration. Let me take this out. Duration between. Yeah, this sounds better. Duration between time of damage and less recently time saved, and duration between more recently time saved and less recently time saved. Okay, this is a lot better. Still use some work, but I understand it. Okay, so this is going to be equal to duration of time, or duration between time of damage and less recently time saved. It's going to be equal to that divided by duration of time, or rather duration between more recently time saved and less recently time saved. Okay, that's gonna give me a float, and now I can interpolate because I have the percentage, right? So I can interpolate from the less recently time saved towards the more recently time saved, and that location I'm gonna put in a local f record history information struct and return it. So we need to create a, how do I do this? What I want to do is I need to create a while loop. No, a range. I'm trying to think about the best way to iterate, because I need to iterate through, we're gonna have to iterate through these node, the structs in these nodes. Alright, so create a range based for loop, and we're iterating through, let's get this one. This is a struct, and within the struct we're gonna get the map. Oh no, this is a pointer, right? We're gonna get the value, and the value, we're gonna get the map, the T map that stores the recorded history information map, and we're gonna loop through this map. So it's gonna be a T map, T pair, a const T pair value of type f name paired with what is it? It's paired with this struct. Right. And we can call this information. Really all I'm getting from this is the name, right? So I'm just gonna say f name to use, because that's all I'm getting from the struct, I mean from this map, right? So in this for loop, and we're gonna say, so the f name to use, we're going, all right, so we're looping through this and we're getting an f name to use, right? So I don't even have to loop through this. I can loop through, actually I do have to loop through this because I need the actual f names. If I loop through something empty, it's not gonna have any f names in there. This one has the f names of all the bones that I need, right? All the bones are stored within here. All the bone names are stored within, not the, yeah, the bone names that the boxes are packaged with, like connected to, are stored within here. So I need to use each name, and with each name I'm going to gonna create a, okay, out here, I'm gonna create a local, maybe I should create it up here so that, yeah, I'll create it up here. I'll create a local F recorded history information here. And just name it recorded history information. And here I'll return recorded history information. And then here I'll say recorded history information. And I'm gonna access the map, right? And within this map, I'm gonna access wait. So this map, I need to get the value because I'm getting the recorded history map, information map, which is recorded history information map, right? So I need to get the value, right? So to get the value, I'm gonna index F name to use, right? Right, I need to index. So let me just create an F name right here. F name. I'm gonna call this F name. Let's use this name, and I'm gonna name this something different. I'm gonna name this recorded history map element, right? And F name to use is gonna be a const F name reference. It is a reference, and it's going to be initialized with element to use recorded history information map element, and we're going to get the from the map and get the key, right? Because the key is the F name, right? And then we created this local recorded history information, which is of the same type of data that we're iterating through, except right here we're iterating through one of the input parameters. It can be either one because they both have the same amount of bones and they have the same F names, and all we're using them for is to iterate through. All we're using them for is because they all have the same amount of bones and they all have the same names, right? So we want to get the name from either one of them, the F name for a bone from either one of them. So we're going to get the name of the bone, which is linked to the box component that we saw that's attached to the character. Each box component is linked to a bone, and so we're getting the name of the bone for every box, and we're going to set the location, the rotation, and the box extent to equal the, hold on, let me make sure, to equal the interpolator location, rotation, and box extent of where this character got hit at the time of damage. So it can get a little bit confusing, but hopefully it's understandable. So we're going to set this location to equal fmath v interp2, right? So the current location is, let's see, and I want to save them. So we're interpolating from the less recently time saved, right? We're interpolating from the less recently time saved to the more recently time saved, and we're gonna stop exactly at the time of damage. So that's what we're doing here. Okay, so the current vector is, we need to get actually we need to store each of these, right? So I'm gonna create const f vector, and this is gonna be called, oh, I don't have to do that. It can be, I can let it be like a little bit gnarly looking. I can get this. This is a node, and I can get, this is a node, so I'll get value, and within value I will get recorded history map, right? Indexing the same f name to use. Let me make sure, and I'll get the location, right? So let's actually, let's put these on in their own like variables. Const f vector, because you can see how it can get out of hand, and we can call this less recently time saved current element box locating less recently time saved current box location, right? This can be a reference as well, because we're setting it equal to this. So we're gonna do this for the rotation and box extent for the less recently time saved, and the same for the more recently time saved. So let me put them in their own line. Box rotation. This is a F rotator, and we're gonna get the box rotation. Right, and then we need the box extent, which is another vector. Box extent. Okay, and let's copy this and do the same thing for the more recently time saved. Actually, the more recently time saved should be first, right? So more recently time saved, and change all these names. Gotta change the pointers. Okay, so now we have both of them, and now this is store the interpolated location rotation, and box extent for each box that is attached to the character. So the interpolated location, rotation, and box extent for each box that is attached to the character. Okay, so we're gonna do the location first. We're gonna interpolate. Actually, yeah, let's do the let's move this code around. Okay, so we're gonna do interpolate from less recently time saved current box location, interpolating to more recently time saved box location, using 1 as the delta time, and the interp speed is going to be %, right? And we can copy this. This variable name is kind of gnarly. Percent to interpolate from less recently time saved. It is kind of too long for my liking. I can just call it percent to interpolate, because I need to be able to see it. If I can't see it, then it's kind of, I just put them in there online because I like the name, but I'll just do that. And we can do the same thing for the box rotation. And this is going to be a an R interp 2. We're going to use the rotation. And last but not least, we need to do the box extent. And okay. And this is a V interp 2. Right, so after we finish this for loop, we're going to return this struct that we just filled with data, right? So slowly but surely we're getting somewhere. So this function is obtain the relevant recorded history information. We just did that. So actually, I want this, let's see. What I want is let me look at this real quick, because I don't want to keep adding stuff into this already pretty crazy looking function. So I think this function, instead of returning a server-side rewind result, is going to return a f recorded information struct, right? I'm gonna change that. See how it works. So right here we're gonna return let me move this declaration up here, and we're going to return this, and I'm going to return this here. We can delete this. And we can return this. Same goes for right here. Else we go right here, and then down here, we're gonna return this right here. And right here, I'll put this line is to meet the return requirements of this function, and we're gonna return right here. So let me compile this real quick and make sure I get a successful compilation. Got a few errors. Interpolate the time of oh yikes, I forgot to pass this in right here. I believe, I'm not sure if it's the first input or the last input. I think it's definitely the last, but I'm not. Yeah. And float, double to float requires, all right, so what line is that? 280. Let us 280. Okay, they're doubles. Let me change them back to floats. And we got a successful compile. So what's next? Okay, now it's like it never ends, right? Okay, now we have the information. Let's see what this is called. Obtain relevant information. Let me close these. Wait, I need to go to the server RPC because that's where everything's starting. Right, in the server RPC. So we're gonna call obtain relevant recorded history information in the server RPC, passing in the damaged actor. And actually, I will, and hold on, let me fix this as well. I'm going to actually change this back to an 8 animation entertainment character, because I can cast to it. It's better than casting to it right here. I want to cast to it right here, right, and right here. Let me just change this back to damaged character. Right. of course, I need to change this within the header file. And everywhere where I was using this pointer, I have to change it. I don't think I was using it anywhere. Oh, I was. Just make sure. Yeah, I think that was it. And here I'm gonna pass this in, but only if it's valid. So I think with those changes, I will be. I think I'm still good, so I'm gonna compile again. Unless I missed one of the actor classes. Yep, I missed one. Oh, syntax error. 331. Yikes. Okay, so got a successful compile. And what I'm gonna do now is close these because they don't need to be open anymore. So we're gonna call this obtain relevant recorded history information. This returns a struct of this type. So we're gonna create this right here, and we're gonna call it recorded history information to analyze. Right, and we're gonna initialize that with this function. So we have the recorded history information to analyze. Now we need to move all the boxes within this character, within the damaged character, to the locations that they're at in this recorded history information, right, that we just obtained. So we're going to create another function. This is gnarly. It is so gnarly. We're gonna create another function, and it's gonna be called. It's gonna be a void. It's gonna be me fully qualify it, even though I did not declare it yet. It's gonna be move boxes, move box components, move box components of damaged, move box components of victim character to location of supposed damage. I think that's how you spell supposed. Supposed damage. Or okay. And this is going to take a const. Wait a minute. Gonna take a const. This reference I've recorded history information reference, and we're gonna call this recorded history to analyze. Nope, I'm just gonna call this. Sure, why not? Or I could just call this recorded history information. I like to analyze more, so I'm gonna pass this in. $318. Right, I didn't declare this. Let's declare it. And let me think about this. So we're gonna move them. We're gonna move all the boxes. I want a verification that lets us know that we moved them. So maybe this should return a Boolean. Alright. We're gonna have to iterate through everything in here and move them. Arranged base for loop. Okay. I'm gonna call this in here, passing this in. I'm gonna say if this is valid, then I'll continue. So this is gonna return a Boolean. Right. Now within here, I'm gonna just write a note. I'm gonna write move all the boxes. Wait a minute. Move all the box. So I need to also pass in the damaged character, a reference to the damaged character. So I need to pass in and like this, same reference. Move all the boxes of the move all the box components of the victim character to the location said character was at during the time of damage. Right, so we're gonna check to see, let's see if this is valid. If this is valid, if this is not valid, I'm alright. This line is to meet the return requirements of this function type, and we're going to return false. Right, this is valid. We're going to go in here, and in here we're going to create a Ranged based for loop. This is the most for loops I've done probably in the whole time I've ever coded. In like one sitting, like so many for loops. We're gonna create a range based for loop that's gonna have a t pair, a const t pair reference mapping a f name to a, what's the struct hold again? Recorded history information. F name to f box component information. Right. And we're gonna loop through and we're going to get this map, so we're going to loop through this map.
Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe, are challenged by this point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great infinite.
Like, this is why I messed up. And this is going to be called recorded information to analyze element. And AE, I want your boots, your motorcycle. Wait, AE, I want your boots, your motorcycle, and your jacket. Hey, my man. Yes, I'm watching that tonight. I'm doing it. I was supposed to watch it 2 nights ago, but thanks for reminding me, Audiatore. It's happening tonight, man. Good old Terminator. I've got the director, who's the director of the Terminator? I watched his he has a masterclass. No, it's not Christopher Nolan, right? No, he directed like Jason Bourne and The Dark Knight, I think. Well, I know I'm gonna enjoy it, man. What's the name of the Terminator? Pretty sure it's 2, right? Yeah, this one. Director. Yeah, James Cameron. Yeah, James Cameron, you got it. Yeah, I watched he has a masterclass. I watched it, man. When I was working on cinematics, like animation, I was watching his masterclass. I was watching a lot of masterclasses. His was definitely one of my favorites. His is one of my favorites. Definitely one of my favorites. So much knowledge, man, and just the way that he was thinking about each shot. It was like, gosh, man. And the movie is not even, it's pretty old. So like, he had a low budget. So man, it's pretty impressive. I need to pass this in. I like it when people who know about their craft show their knowledge. Yeah, definitely, man. And you know when they know what they're doing. You know it. Like, I didn't know who directed The Dark Knight, but I was like, man, this guy is gnarly. And the same guy who directed The Dark Knight directed Jason Bourne, the Bourne like series. I was like, Yeah, no wonder all his movies are good. All these movies are good. They're made by the same person, man. Oh, they're directed by the same person. Like, it's nuts. All my favorite movies are, well, most of my favorite movies are directed by the same director. So if it's like that, you just know that that person makes. If most of your movies are directed by the same person, and you didn't know this guy or woman directed these movies, when you declare they're your favorite, you know that person knows what they're doing, right? No Budget 2, proof that it's not the tools, it's the artist. Oh yeah, definitely. I can agree with that. You do need tools, but if you know what you're doing, you can make a great asset with not the highest budget. Like most of these AAA games make trash games and they have all the money in the world, right? I don't know whether to blame the team or the publishers, but they have the money and the games suck. So that's a perfect example of it's not the tools, it's the artists. I wouldn't say it's, for this example, I'm not sure if it's the developers per se, but I could say it's not the funds completely. It's who's using the funds, right? And the example that I gave out. So I need to iterate through this struct that I passed in. There's a map in there. I'm gonna iterate through it, and I'm going to, what am I gonna do? I'm moving the box components to the location where they're at. Okay. Right. Okay. I need to access this, see if this is valid. And before I do that, I need to get the U server validation component of this character that just got damaged. And I'm gonna name this damaged character server validation component. Wait a minute. I already did this. No, I need to do it again. Actually, I didn't do this. I did access. Let's see. I interpolate, but in this function, I access the damaged character server validation component to get their nodes. So I need to do that again. Agreed. Need a combination of both. Great artists and tools. Yeah, definitely. Damaged character server validation component is going to be initialized with. Actually, I need to do this within here because I'm using this pointer, but I'll just type it up here. Get server validation component. So if this is valid, I'm gonna go in here and do this, and then if this is valid, I'll go in here and complete this for loop. So I have the server validation component of the character that we're analyzing to see if we hit it. So we're gonna access. I don't think I needed to do this. We're gonna access the box component within this character, right? And if we look at the character map, there's a T map that we created when we started. Let's see, when we started implementing the server side rewind, we created a T map and we put all of the box components within it. So we need to access this, and we can do that because we're a friend class. So let's access this. I don't think I need the server validation component of the character with this damaged. You can access this map, right? And what I need to do, okay, so I think this is what I want to do. So let me see if I put one disable, or rather enable all collision, or I think I want to move them, then I want to enable collision. So move one, move all. I don't know why I'm typing in all caps. Move all box components of damaged character to the location they were at during the time of damage. 2, enable collision on all box components of damaged character. 3, validate the damage. 4, disable all collision on all box components of the damaged character. 5, move all the boxes of the damaged character back to their original location. And 6, apply. I think what I wait 6, apply damage if needed. Apply damage if needed. Okay. And move all the box components of damaged character to the location they were at during the time of damage. Enable collision on all the box components of the damaged character Validate the damage. Disable all collisions on all box components of the damaged character. Move all the boxes of the damaged character back to their original location. Apply damage if needed. 7. Rejoice. And praise God. Yes. Alright. So rejoice and praise God for the wisdom. Okay, so 1. Move all the box components of the damaged character to the location they were at during the time of damage. Okay, that's what I'm doing right here. And I think I want to move box components of victim character to appropriate location, right? So does okay. So what I want to do, because I want to use the same function for both, I'm gonna create a boolean here. Const bool reference. It's gonna be called b move box components back. B move box components to original to origin. Yeah, that sounds good. Hebrews 13:6-16. Through Jesus, therefore, let us continuously offer to God a sacrifice of praise, the fruit of lips that openly profess his name, and do not forget to do good and to share with others. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen to that, man. Praise be to the Father God, Lord and Savior Jesus Christ through the power of his Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen to that Bible verse, man. Thanks, Auditory. Yes. Yes. Always give praise and always share with others. And to do good and to share with others. Doesn't get much better than that right there, man. Yes, sir. Thanks for the verse. Thanks for the encouragement with the Bible verse. Amen to that. All things does belong to God. You are right, brother. Yes. Thank you, sir. Yes. Move all box components of victim. Move box components of victim character. I'm just gonna remove the rest of that. Amen. Yes, sir. Always feels good to get a Bible verse randomly. That's that life. I don't think I need this, right?
The future, always so clear to me, had become
Yeah, I don't need this.
a highway at night.
Instead of that, I'm gonna check. If this is true. Right. Check if this is true. So right now, I'm not moving them to their origin. I'm moving them to their location to analyze them. I'm gonna copy this, paste this up here. Then I'll put this is true. Then down here I'm gonna put else. So this is to move boxes, move box components to their set position on the character. And right here I'm gonna write move boxes to move box components to the location the damaged character supposedly took damage. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's how you spell supposedly. Yep. Okay, so let's move them back to the origin. To move them back to the origin, I first need to store their location, right? So the first time this is called, so I need to get their location and store it, right? So I'm gonna write store the box location rotation and box extent of the damaged character this location is this. These components are what was set in the editor. Okay. So what we're gonna do is create a local F recorded history information, and we're gonna write this is gonna be called origin information. Right. And then I'm gonna create a for loop that's going to loop through. What is it gonna loop through? Let's see. If we go to the character class, this stores a pointer and a key and a pointer. So I want to get this map. Get each box. So hold up. I want to loop through this. I want to loop through this right here. So let's go one step at a time so I don't lose my chain of thought. I want to loop through damaged character. Accessing this map. Wait, where is it? This map right here. And this is it returns a U-box component pointer. And this is going to be called This is going to be called origin element, or rather box information. Right. And then here I'm gonna access this origin information. Right. This is a structure, and within the structure I'm gonna access this map, and within this map I'm gonna access I'm gonna index this box information dot key. I'm gonna set this equal to, so this returns on quarter history information. Origin history is this, right? So I'm accessing this map, and this map stores this structure and is mapped, is paired with this F names, right? So we're accessing this F name, which is the name of a bone, right? The name of the bone that's paired with this box component. So we're accessing that, and we're saying in this box we want to find within this map, right? We want to place. That's what I'm missing, because this is empty. This is a brand new one. This is the mistake I made yesterday when I was tired, right? I'm indexing here, but there's nothing in here, so I shouldn't be indexing. I should be placing, which means putting in into this map, this T map that's inside this structure. I'm putting in this box information. First I need to put in the box information dot key and then the dot value. So dot key and dot value. Dot key and the same thing, and dot value, and that's it. We're saving the locations of all the boxes before we do anything, so we can move them back. Right. So every time we call this function, we're going to save the location. Just to be safe, we'll do it every time. And oh, actually, maybe I should do that. Maybe that should be step 1, right? So step 1, so I don't have to keep doing it like every time I call this, just to save some performance. I'm gonna write step 1, save the location of the box components before they are moved. And this should be 2, should be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? And I'm gonna copy this function And I'm gonna write save origin location of box components. Save origin location of damaged character. Save origin location. Save origins. I'm just write origins because we're not. It's more than a location that we're saving. Save origins of box components owned by damaged character. And this takes a damaged character. I need the damaged character, and it's gonna take an out. This is gonna take a reference to this, and that's it. So instead of const, it will be reference, and we can call this out origin information. And right here, we don't need this anymore. Do it right here. And be placing them in here. Wait a minute, where's the... Right, I need the damaged character. Alright, this isn't... I need to fully qualify this. Uh-oh, my computer froze, please. Jesus Christ, don't let... What the heck was that? Man, that's scary. I'm gonna exit out of this just so it saves. Right. Make sure I get the most updated version. And not the updated version, but make sure that everything's like saved, right? And we're gonna go to the header file. Control S. Yeah. I mean, I have autosave on, so it saves like, I think every time I make a change, it just saves by itself. But I like exiting out so that like I can't undo everything by accident. That's what I meant to say. Right? Like I exited out, so the only thing I can undo is like all the way to like right there. I'm holding Control Z and I can't undo anymore. Right? All the work that I did is like I can't undo it, right? So that's why I exited out, because I did a lot of coding, and the way it froze, I just wanted to like make sure that I don't know what I was doing. I just exited out just out of instinct, I guess, to make sure that nothing can be undone by accident. Yeah. So we're saving all the box information, and we're gonna pass this in right here, right? And we're gonna pass in we know the damaged character is valid, so we're gonna pass this in, and we're gonna create one of these right here. I'm gonna call this origin information. I'm gonna pass this in, and when we pass it in here, it's gonna be filled with information that we'll be able to use when we're finished to set everything back to the appropriate location. Next step is to move all box components of the damaged character to the location they were at during the time of damage. Right, so let's do that. That's what we're doing right here. So I created a boolean, and I can remove this because, oh no, I'm gonna need that, right? So if this is true, then I need the locations, right? I need these locations. So I'm gonna also put in the input parameter here, and this is gonna be a const. I'm just copy this right here. This is gonna be called origin information. Right, now I need to update the declaration. Right here. And I need to set this equal to an empty struct, so I don't always have to pass anything in. Right, and it's kind of long, so I'm gonna put these on their own line like that. Right, and then I'm gonna call this function let me put these on their own line. I'm gonna call this function right here, and this returns a boolean, so I'm gonna say if this is true, and I need to pass in a damaged character. I need to pass in recorded information to analyze, which is saved it right here. Wait a minute. Move box components to victim character. I already called it. I need to let me see. All right. So what I need to do is this needs to be, I need to cut all this, right? And I need to save, first I need to save it, so let me cut this as well. I have my order all messed up. So first I need to, I'm obtaining the recorded information to analyze, right? Before I do that, no, I don't want to move just yet. So I record the information to analyze. Okay, that's fine. Then I can do this stuff. So save the origins. We did that. Then we're gonna move this to number 2. And this returns a boolean. And we're gonna move these and here. Right, so we're moving all of them first, and only if this is valid then we'll move and do the rest. And if If this is not valid, I'll put an else right here, and I'll attempt to move them back to their original location. Right. So let's do this. So I don't need this right here because I did that up here, so I can delete that. So if we're moving it to the origin, then we're going to, but this means we're moving them back to the original location. So we want to loop through where do we want to loop through? We want to loop through their current location, right? So that means we need to get the okay, so we need to get we have the damaged character. So we're gonna loop through, moving them back to the origin, right? So we're gonna get the map that contains them, that's stored within the character class, this map, and this is a F name paired with U box components pointers, and this, we can name this box to move, box component to move, right? So here this is a box component element. Actually, what I want to name it is box component map element. Because that's what it is. It's an element of this T map. And we want to move it back. So we're going to access this. Oops. We're going to access this element. And indexing, say origin information, which is a structure, and we're going to index. We can actually index here because we know this map has data inside of it, so we're going to index this map, and within this map, which has the origin information, we're going to index, we're going to get the key. Right? If Telsons can catch up. I must be doing something wrong. Recorded history information map, right? And I just want to get the key. I wonder why. Hold on. So we are accessing this. It's an element that stores. Oh right, this has a value. Yikes, I'm doing it all wrong again. These data structures, gotta pay attention. So we want to access this element, and this element we're gonna get the. So this stores an F name and a box component. So we want to get the value. Right? Sheesh. And the value, first we need to check if it's valid because it's a pointer. So if this value is valid, right, it's a pointer. We're going to set the location. Set world location. We'll set relative location. I'm not sure which one it is. Yikes. When we save it, I'm gonna say world location. Let me see how I saved it. Not origin information. Save origins. So I'm just looping through this map and I'm passing in basically just passing in the box. So I think what I need to do is do it one by one. I need to set so the same way I save it is the same way I need to move it, right? So I need to, right now, I need to pass in actually I can't. I'm just passing in the information. So I'll just try, you can try set world location first. And the new location is going to be here. Wait, origin information. And access origin information here. And then the origin information, we're gonna access the map. And within this map, we're gonna index the key that we're using right here. And then this will give us I really don't like this. This confuses me. I need to word this better. And I'm gonna get the location. Right. So what I think I want to do is I'm gonna save a const of vector. It's gonna be a reference. It's gonna be origin location, and I'm gonna save it to this. I'm gonna save it to this. Right, so I know what I'm doing. Origin information, recorded history. I don't like this whole just too much. Right, and then we're gonna do the same thing for the rotation. Const F rotator. Origin rotation. And get box location. So this is what we're doing right here. Is these are the origins that we saved up here, down here, right? We passed in a, let me move this down here. We passed in a structure, and we're just saving the locations of the boxes before we move them. And we're accessing the character and getting the boxes from the character and getting their locations and whatnot to save them. And we did that up here. Now we're doing the same thing, except we're moving them back to their locations if this boolean is true. And we set this boolean whenever we call the function, right here and right here. So that's the rotation, and let's get the box extent. And it's gonna origin box extent. And this is gonna be box extent. Okay. Now we're gonna set the location. Right? The location, we're gonna use origin location. Then we're gonna access this again, the value, and we want to set the rotation. Right? This is a lot. Set world rotation. And last but not least, we want to set the box extent. Set world. Oh, I don't know if it's world, but set box extent. And we're gonna pass in origin box extent. Right. And then I don't know how to return a boolean. So to return a boolean, I'm gonna say, let me create a before I enter here, I'm gonna create a integer, unsigned integer 32. I'm gonna call this number of for loop iterations. Right? And every time I complete a loop, I'm gonna increment this. Right. And down here, once I exit the for loop, I'm gonna check if this number is equal to I need to get the, let's see. So I want to see if we fully if we fully like went through every loop, right, and did this. If we fully went through every box and did this, so I'm gonna access this. Does this return a boolean too? No, it doesn't. That map, that num, right? So if this number equals the number in this elements, then I'm gonna say, or rather, I don't need to put an if. I'm gonna just write return this. Right. And I can put a note right here. Return if the for loop successfully moved this for loop successfully set all the components of return if the for loop successfully set all the components of each box within the character. Yikes. And let me just double check. We're looping through all the elements in this map. Yeah. Okay, so that takes care of that. And actually, I want to declare this out here because I want to use this down here as well. And down here, I can just copy this. I didn't mean to cut it. I meant to copy it. And paste it right here. And I can close this so I don't have to look at all this code. Now move the box components to the location the damage character supposedly took damage. Okay, so this is recorded his okay, what are we analyzing here? We're analyzing what we pass in. Right. So this also needs to take an input argument because I'm not always gonna pass this in, right? When I move it back, I'm not gonna pass this in. This is not gonna have a value. Only this is gonna have a value. This is not gonna have a value. This is gonna have a. Okay, so I'm gonna say this equals an empty struct like this. Right? And I'm gonna say this equals move box components to origin. This equals, I'm gonna just put this to true by default. Okay. And so I've passed this in. I'm gonna have to pass in something here, even though it's empty, because this needs to be. So the origin information. Let me see if I can do this a different way. I'll forget it. I can do this within this function if this boolean is true. No, that's not gonna work. I'll just it's not, it doesn't look the best, but it works. So we need to move them back. I mean, we need to move them to the location of damage. So by looping through this, and we're gonna access all the locations of the character. So I'm gonna just copy this and do a little renaming. And this is gonna be location, damage location, damage rotation. Damage box extent, and that's going to be initialized with actually no, this can be initialized with, we have the information right here, so we're going to access this dot key, and we're going to get the location. We're going to do the same thing. So we have the I want to name this a little better. Location at time of damage. This sounds better. Location at time of damage. Rotation at time of damage. And same thing for the box extent. Okay, so now we have those. Now we can move box components to the location the damaged characters are. Now we need to move the box components, right? So we can access this. And we know that the damaged character is valid. So we can access it here. And we're accessing the box map. And we're going to index this F name, which is the key pair. So dot key. That's going to give us a pointer. And if we need to check. So let's check if this is valid. If this is valid, only then access it. And we're gonna set the location. Basically the same thing we did up here. Right. Except we're gonna pass in. We're moving them to the place where they took damage, which is right here. Wait, I saved them right here. Yeah, that's a lot better. And then we're gonna just be doing that same thing here. So let's go ahead and iterate. Wait, yeah, that's good. And we're returning it here. Okay, so it solves this part. Now we need to enable collisions on all the boxes. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, this is after this. Everything else should be easy because I'm just reusing functions now. So after I enable collisions, I'm gonna use this function to disable them and validate the damage. I'm just gonna copy a function from the weapon class and move all weapon boxes to the damaged character. Okay, so I can do that right here. Just copy this right here. Right. And this is move box components of victim character. And I'm passing in the character. This. And passing in true. Wait a minute. I forgot the inputs that I put. Let me check. So it takes a character, history information to analyze. It takes that. Moving them back to the origin is true by default, and it takes a recorded history information, origin information, and that's right here. Let's see. Right. So moving them back is good. Applying damage. Okay. Let's put a space right here. No, let's put a space right here. What's next? We are enable collision, validate damage, disable collision, apply damage. Okay, and rejoice. And praise Jesus Christ for the wisdom. Okay, we're doing that now, but let's finish this and do it some more afterwards. Canel, how you doing, Canel? When will I release the game? I have a dead a date, not a date, but like a time range of when I want to release it. I don't want to publicly release that date yet, but it's soon-ish. Like it's not like years away if that's what you're thinking, but I don't want to say anything out loud. It's everything's like mental right now, but yeah. Enable collision. So let's enable collision. I'm gonna write handle collision. Let's name the function. The function is gonna be called handle handle collision for handle collision of box character of victim character, right? And this is gonna take a, let me pass in a reference. It's gonna be a damaged character reference. I think that's all I need, because I can just access the pointer within the class. I mean the tmap within the class, right? So this is a crazy algorithm. My goodness. I'm happy I learned it, but man, whoever, like the instructor I learned from, I don't know how people come up with this stuff. I'm happy I was able to learn the concepts and stuff, but my goodness, man. Ugh. This is gnarly. So we're gonna handle the collision. So we're gonna create a for loop, another for loop. I don't know how many for loops I did already in this class, but it seems like there's no end. Before that, it needs to also take a boolean and call, it's called const bool reference, and this is gonna be b disable collision. It's gonna be called b enable collision, right? So let's go ahead and update it, and we can call this function right here, and we can pass in this, and we enable collision, so we're going to pass in true. And we can copy this and disable collision. I'm going to pass in false. Right. So let's handle the collision. I'm going to check if this is not valid. I'm going to return. Right. And what we need to do now is to iterate through. So create another for loop. And I think I could just copy this one. Right. We're doing the same thing, and I can actually just do that. So we're iterating through the damaged character box component map, and instead of doing this, we're just gonna enable the collision on each one if this is true. So we're gonna say if this is true. Actually, how do I want to do this? Okay, I want to create a local. I forgot the type of variable it is. So let me look where I used it before. say e-collision enabled type. So I'm gonna write collision type, and I'm gonna initialize this with is this valid? So I'm gonna initialize it with e-collision enabled query. I don't need physics, I just need query. Otherwise, I'm gonna enable it to no collision. Right, so we're checking if this what we passed in is true. If it is true, we're enabling collision the query only, otherwise we're disabling collision. And right here we're just going to access the box information that we're iterating through. So this map, we're iterating through it, we're getting a box information pair, and we're gonna check first if did I check up here? Yeah, 'cause I didn't check. That's scary. I need to definitely check if this is valid, because this is a pointer, right? And we can do the same thing down here. And if it is valid, then we're going to access, but what are we doing in this? We're handling collision. So we're going to access this value and set collision enabled to this type. All right, so we're doing this for all the boxes, and that covers this. Seems like I missed something. Oh right, I forgot the colon. And I can go ahead and close these. Next is validate the damage. So let's go ahead and void let's copy this and call validate damage to apply, and this is going to take a, I'm not sure what it needs, but I'm just going to pass this in. Wait, it definitely needs this, because we're going to shoot a fake bullet at it. So it needs a variable like this. I don't think it needs this right here. A const reference. This would be called right here. And we can pass first, let's fully qualify this by declaring it, and then we can call this right here. And this, I think I want to validate damage and apply damage in the same one. Right? Because I'm shooting the raycast here. I don't know if I want to do it in the same one. The reason why the reason why I wanted to do it in different steps is because I'm just trying to think of like time. Like after I validate the damage, I want to move this back. I want to like disable the collision and move them back as fast as possible to their like original settings before taking the time to apply damage, right? That was my logic, right? So, but now that I think about it, I'm gonna have to make this like return a boolean or something. Oh no, this can return actually. I created a structure. I can return this right here. And I can create a local server-side rewind result, and this is going to be called server-side rewind result. And I can set this equal to this, right? And here I'm gonna pass in recorded frame information, recorded history information to analyze. So let's validate the damage. Okay, so what are we doing? Validating the damage. We're just shooting a raycast to all these boxes, right? Let me think about this because I've been moving fast and I need to like slow down. So validate damage to apply. This already has the boxes at the right location. What we need, because we passed it in here, we need the location of damage and the location where to basically spawn the bullet from and shoot it. So let's take these as well and paste them here. Wait a minute, I don't need this right here. I don't need that. I just need these two. And I'm just gonna shoot a bullet to this location from this location. A fake bullet at that. And right here, I'm just gonna pass in what I passed in up here. Right. So we're going to create a line trace. There's two ways to do this. I can either use Ukismet Math Library or just generate a line trace with the world. I'm opting to do it with the world because I think it's faster and I don't have to declare anything and check it in blueprints and whatnot. Or I can you see, I want to crap. So there's two ways to do this. I'm just I'm not stuck in which way to implement it. Okay, screw it. I'm just gonna do it the way I want to do it. And that is, we're gonna create a const f vector. We're gonna call this start. The start is gonna be right here. And this is a reference, right? Then we can create a const f vector. Call this end. And end is going to be a vector that's pointing towards the location of damage minus start. And then we want to multiply this vector by 1.5 so we make it a little longer, so it kind of passes through the location of damage, just to make sure that we get a hit. So maybe like 1.3. So we want to make sure we get a hit if there's something there to hit, right? Because if it stops right at the surface of what was damaged, we might not get a hit if a hit needs to be confirmed, right? So, and then we have end. So now we need to include Ukismet system library to do the line trace. So let us Ukismet system library. Alright, let me just search it up. Unreal Engine 5 Kismet system library. Come on, man. Alright, and we can close this. Let's include this up here. And we're gonna do a view Kismet system library. I'm gonna say line trace single, and the input parameters for this are world context object is this. The start, we're gonna use start. End, we're gonna use end. Trace type query, trace channel. I don't know what this is. I never used it before. Let's see what it says. Crap. I don't know which one's the visibility channel. Okay, let me try another line trace. Line trace single for objects. Okay, so I'll use this one. Yeah, this one is what I need to do is, so I need to get the syntax from the raycast weapon, right? Because I don't remember the syntax. Basically this right here. This is everything that we're gonna trace against. And I can go back here, declare them right here, and I only want to trace against, I don't need to trace against all these. Let me see. I'm gonna set these as, I'm gonna set the box components collision type to a character mesh, right? So like right Where is it? Right here. I'm setting the collision type object to character mesh, right? I want to do this for each one of the boxes. So right here, I'm just gonna do this for each one of the boxes. And looking at all these things really throws me off, so I have to really concentrate. There's just too much on one, like too much to look at. I have to make sure I don't miss anything. There's a possibility that someone will run in front of the train, the raycast when I do this. But this is all gonna happen in the frame of 1 second, right? Not 1 second, like 1 tick. So I doubt like another character will run in front and block the raycast that I'm producing. Right, and by doing this, I can limit exactly what I can hit. So I can only hit characters. I can't create another, like its own like trace channel, and I probably will do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Just to be sure that nothing can block us, right? And I'll set everything else to ignore it. So nothing is gonna be able to hit the trace channel I develop for this server-side rewind. Right? And I'm gonna create that box channel real quick. The trace channel rather. I think I saved the other ones at, let me check enumerations. Yep, right here. I'm gonna define another one. I don't know why this is 3. This should be 2, right? Is that a typo or what? Why does that say 3? That should say 2. Let me check. And of course I don't remember how to find the, the trace channels. It is... Okay, let me go back to editor preferences. Okay, it must be over here. Just have to find them. Okay, here they are. But this is not it. Okay, here they are. It's under overlap object. What is this used for? That's why this is 3. What's this used for? I don't remember. Overlap object. ECC. I'm gonna call this one ECC. This is gonna be 4. Did I delete overlap object? I don't know. It's gonna be ECC. Server box components. Right. And I actually need to create it. I didn't create one yet. So let's create a new one. Give it the same name. And I'm gonna set it to ignore. Right. And then I'm gonna set, so everything is gonna ignore these box channels, and only the things, specific things I set to hit them will hit them, which is the server side rewind algorithm, and that's it. So there's no chance that anyone can run in front of the line trace, or anything can get in the way, because nothing else is going to be set to hit them. Right. And when I'm developing the algorithm right here, this line trace is only going to look for this trace channel. So it's only going to look for this one. Right. So that takes care of that problem. What's the next input? Next one is trace complex. I'm gonna put false. Actors to ignore. I'm gonna put an empty T array of AA actors, pointers. What's next? Sure, I'll draw a debug. Draw for now. Draw debug trace. And put this to for duration so I can see what's going on. F hit result, out hit. Let's create an F hit result. Call this out hit. What's next? Ignore self. Do I want to ignore myself? I'm never gonna hit myself because, yeah, I'll just put true. And I'll leave the color to red. I don't know what else. Yeah, I'll just leave the, yeah, I'll just leave the color to red. Or I'll put it to green. Okay. Let's see. This returns a server side rewind result. So I'm gonna say if this out hit has a blocking hit, then I'm going to access this. But what am I need to create one, a local one. And I'm gonna call this server side rewind result. So it has a blocking hit. I'm gonna let's see. Left to it's a structure. Be confirmed damage is gonna be equal to true, right? And I'm gonna say if get name, oh get bone rather, equals, rather hold up. How do I check the name of the? Maybe I could just check the name. Because it's a box component. What I can do is I'll put a tag on it. I'll say out hit dot get tag out hit and oh dot get actor or get component. I'll say get actor. It is an actor, right? Oh, let me check. Make sure this is an actor. It's a use shape component. Let me close these things because it's just too much to look at right now. I'm trying to figure out how to detect if it's a headshot. How do I detect if it's a headshot? I want to get the name of the component. Can I get the name of what I hit of the box? Out hit dot get get component. Maybe I can, you know what? I'm just gonna not apply damage right now until I figure out how to access the like each. I'm not gonna apply headshot damage, so now I'm gonna return this. And this is to see if else I'm gonna, yeah. So there's no blocking hit. They already set the false, right? I'll just put them to false just so we're clear, right? And so there's a hit. We're gonna return be confirmed true. So apply damage as needed. Last but not least, let us apply damage. It's gonna be called a void apply damage. This is nuts. And this is gonna take a, actually no, I can just I can say if wait a minute, what is this? Valid damage to apply. All right, so right here, let me pass this in. Dot this is true or this is true. I'm gonna call apply damage, passing in this. Right, so applying damage, we can declare this so it's fully qualified right here, and I'm just gonna steal the code from the one of the weapon classes to apply damage. Let's go to raycast weapon. Right. We're gonna just take this, and I know I need to get you gameplay statics, so you gameplay statics is right here. I need this to apply damage. And so what I'm gonna need the controller, right? Which means I need actually no, I don't need the controller. So how am I gonna apply damage? I'm gonna have to pass in the damage character reference. Okay, so let's pass that in. And what else do I need? Past this, I need to check if this is valid, or rather if this is not valid. So we're passing this in, checking if it's valid. Damage value to inflict, I need to get this from the weapon that fired, so I need to pass this in here from the weapon that fired. I'm implementing this on raycast weapons, so right here, this is where I'm implementing it. So we need to pass in damage value to inflict. So let us modify this code. Const float reference damage value to inflict. And you can pass this in. Right here. What else do we need? And then we can pass this in right here. The instigator controller. And we can pass this in as well, I guess. Let's see. The instigator controller is the person who fired the weapon, right? So I guess I can pass this in, get owner. Right here, I'm accessing the Where do I get the controller? Oh, I have the controller. Hold on. Why am I getting the controller? Oh, I have the controller right here. Okay, nice. So let me just fix this. This is gonna be an A Animation Entertainment controller. Pointer. And this is getting kind of hectic. A lot of inputs. So let's put these in their own line. And we're passing in the instigator controller. It's right here. The damage causer. It needs to. It depends what we're shooting. Since we're doing raycast, the damage causer is damage causer. So we need to pass in damage causer, right? So let's put in an input parameter right here for damage causer, and I believe damage causer is an actor. So a actor pointer, and it's gonna be called damage causer. And we need to check if instigator control is valid. And damage causer. Any more pointers? Nope. So we can go ahead and copy all these inputs. Delete this. This is just the basic implementation of it. I mean, I guess this is the full implementation. I just need to check if get the name of. So if I hit the head, I need to check if I need to check to see how I can get that, like get that in C++, right? I'm sure I can put a tag, right? So if I can just hold up, one thing at a time. We did that, so let's pass everything in here and here. One thing at a time. Just gonna overwrite that so that I get all the input parameters, so I don't have to keep looking back to guess. Alright, so the first things first, the damaged character. Wait a minute, what am I doing? That is not what I meant to do. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to. These are the inputs here. I'm calling this here. So let's call this here. And we need to pass in the damaged character. Need to pass in the damage value to inflict. So that needs to be passed in here. We need to pass in the instigator controller. So we can go ahead and put another pointer here. We need to pass in the damage causer. A lot of pointers to check. And last but not least, we need to pass the server side rewind result. Right. So we need to check these pointers first. And actually I need to update this whole declaration because quite some updates to it. Okay. And okay, now I need to pass these in where I'm calling it, which is right here. So let us just delete that and let's see what's the first thing it wants. I can't just actually just copy this. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so we need the damaged character, which is an A actor. So we're passing this in. We need the time of damage. It's right here. We need the location of damage, which is right here. Dot impact point. We need the muzzle socket location. Dot get location. We need the damage value to inflict, which is determined by, okay, how do I get the damage value to inflict? Actually, let me pass in the controller first. And a damage causer. So the damage value to inflict is I know where it is, but question, I think I might have to pass in both, like headshot damage and body shot damage. I think that's the only thing I can do. So I'll call this let me see. I'll call this non headshot damage value to inflict. And I'll create another one right after it. And I'll call this headshot damage value to inflict. And let me just update. Set the server validation component. Right, and last but not least, I can update right here. As well as I can just copy this. Right. And I need to update where I'm calling it. So I need to update this right here. And after it, I need to put this one. And what is this? Then I need to validate damage to apply muzzle socket location. Did I not pass that in? It is. So I can take that out because I'm passing it in. And I want to compile real quick because right, the damage value to inflict. So I'm gonna create a const float reference over const float, and it's gonna be damage value to inflict, and it's gonna equal to, I'm gonna say this accessing headshot damage equals true. If so, the damage to inflict is gonna be this. Otherwise, it's gonna be non-headshot damage value to inflict. Okay. And so I'm just accessing the struct server-side rewind result and seeing the value that I set in there. Hold on, what is this? I'm getting an error. Okay, so I can just change this to, okay, this is, I'm gonna fix this later. I just want to get it something working. I'm a controller pointer. I'm sorry, yeah, so the damage to inflict, I'm just getting the value that I set within the struct, right? B confirmed damage and B headshot damage, and that's set within this function. Validate damage to apply where I set this ray cast, right? So if I hit something, if I hit a box, I'm setting B confirmed damage, which is initialized to false. I'm setting it to true, right? And when I figure out how to detect the head box, I'll check that, right? And if that hit the head, then I'll set the head B headshot damage to true, right? So that when we get down here, we're gonna check to see if we hit the head. If we did hit the head, then we're just gonna apply headshot damage. Otherwise, if we didn't hit the head, we're just gonna apply non-headshot damage, right? Right now, I'm just creating a temporary reference to a controller because I can't use the controller of my class. It needs the base controller. So I'm checking if it's valid here, and I'm gonna just write temporary. I just want to compile it and get something fixed up. Auditory, super cool stuff. I don't want to spoil anything about it. In Terminator 2, it has something called a neural net processor. which is the kind of thing I want to make. Super cool stuff. I don't want to spoil anything about it. Neural net processor. I don't remember what that is. I have to look. I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna remember that. Attempting to cast between incomplete types. Header 85. Wait, what? Hold on. See where the first error is. .355. I think I got a typo. Yeah, right here. Oh, yikes. I didn't, I did not put these in. So let's steal this. And I'm gonna put this right. Pretty sloppy, but I'm just gonna put it right here. So let us resume the music. Special damage to afflict. And I need this. And to pass these in. Hey, what's the error now? .363. Got the semicolon. That is what the chat bot is loosely based on. Based off of? Based on? Okay. It's called a neural net processor. Alright, I'll make sure to pay attention and see what that is, man. Because I don't remember it. I'll definitely check it out and see what your chatbot's based off of. It's saying header 15. Okay. What is it saying about 15? Oh. Alright, so I guess it doesn't like when I do that. Okay. Let's just get the controller then. And I'll pass this in. This is really sloppy. I'm gonna have to come back and clean this up. And I'm gonna pass in this right here. That's called instigator controller. Change it to instigator controller. And apply damage will take the instigator controller. Right, I think I changed everything. Let's see. Thanks, I don't need to cast, but Let's not cast, cause okay, let's see. Oh gosh, now what is it saying? CPP 462. Oh yikes, I forgot to change this. Alright, let's see. Okay, now what? 473. Oh, I can't use const bool references, so but I'm not using a boolean. Actor, float, const, vector, float, float. Okay, so oh, I forgot to change this. Right. Now what is it saying? It's saying that I wish I knew what it was saying. Like now it's not even giving me an error. An exact error line is just saying something within the server validation component. F box component information. Can I convert from initialize list to um I think the problem is I actually don't know what the problem is because it's giving me this crazy looking error message that it's not giving. Wait, let me see. Okay, here's one. CPP 330. What's CPP 330? Um, I'm tired of this. I wish these error messages were clear. Like, hey man, you're not supposed to do this right here. It's telling me some crazy stuff. It's saying server validation component. See reference to function template instantiation. What? Okay, let me just comment this out because it's saying something that I don't quite understand. Okay, that was a problem. So let me check this. Box information value. What is this? Save origins. Okay. Accessing this box information value. Accessing out origins information. Accessing this map and I'm replacing box information, key, and box information. Alright, this is okay. Yikes. What is this? This is out origin information. I know what I did wrong. I'm not making these kind of stupid mistakes again, man. Please don't. I need to F name to location, rotation, and scale. I didn't do that. So to do that, I need to... I know I probably messed up the algorithm, because I know I copied this function somewhere. Or maybe I didn't. Right, I need to copy this. So right here, before I paste it, this is the out origins information. I'm accessing this empty structure, accessing this map in it, and this key, this map in it is, hold on, this is a F recorded information reference. It's right here. So I'm accessing this map and it's giving me this structure, right? Okay, so that's what the same mistake I made yesterday, man. I'm accessing this map, so I need to delete that. It's empty. This map needs to give me, this map gives me this structure, and within the structure I need to access each one of these components. So I need to access the map and then get the value. Wait a minute. This map. Okay, so I need to, it's an empty map that I'm, okay, so I need to put in an F name and a box information. Jeez, man, so stupid. It's the same freaking mistake I made up here yesterday. Same mistake. Right. Location equals there we go. And then after we do this, we store all the locations in here. Then we're going to access this map dot place. And what we're gonna do is then place this dot key. Gonna map this with this. Same mistake I made yesterday, man. I'm kind of scared to even try this thing. I don't even want to try it because I think I messed up somewhere else. Let me exit out and rebuild the entire project so that it doesn't crash halfway through, because I put a lot of code into this. Yo, Slizzard, what's up? Audiotore. Will I be streaming again tomorrow? But I'm not sure. I don't know. Most likely, if I do, it'll be later, like in the day. like towards like the night, but I'm not sure. And Slizzard, how you doing, man? I hope you're doing well. I might be a little late here. What is Silverside Rewind? Oh man, you want the whole like. Let's see if I can explain it again. All right, Silverside Rewind is it's better if I explain it in the editor. But before I explain it, I just want to make sure that this. I want to see if this works. If it doesn't work, then alright, it doesn't work. You know, I can't do anything about it right now because there's no way I'm going through all that code right now. So I want to first see if this works, and to see if it works, I only implemented it with one type of weapon. So I'm gonna check out the primary weapons. Actually, no, it's let's see, secondary weapons. And I'm actually gonna duplicate this. Crap. Okay, I can't duplicate it. So what I'm gonna do is just gonna change the. I'd rather not like change this. I'm gonna copy it and paste it out here. Then I'm gonna call this pistol raycast, and I'll put it back. And I'm just changing the type of weapon that it is from a projectile weapon to like an instant hit weapon that shoots just a line trace, right? It gets an instant hit if you get a valid hit, right? So let me see what I need to change on here. Bullet trails. I need to open up the shotgun. Make sure everything works. Right. So this is the bullet trail I'm gonna use. The shotgun is the only raycast weapon I have right now. Beside now this pistol, right? So I'm just gonna copy everything. Except for this, I'm gonna use a smaller impact particle because it's a pistol. Impact metal medium, large. Isn't there a small? Assault rifle, tracer, explosion, muzzle flash, impact metal small. Right. Damage causer class. I'll just use the shotgun. Bullet casing, that's fine. Post attachment, that's fine. This is all fine. Silverside Rewind is set to enabled. Bullet scatter is off, and everything else is fine. I'm gonna drag one of these out into the world and see if Silverside. Alright, so Slizzard, this I can show you what Silverside Rewind is. By example, this will probably be the best way to show it to you. If it works. If it doesn't, I'll give you like a explanation. Where's the pistol I just dragged out? Let me put this somewhere. You've been grinding super hard, honestly. Yeah. I feel like I barely got anything done, but this is the first implementation of server-side rewind, so after this is pretty much in the bag. And it's still, the lag is still implemented, so this will be a perfect, if it works, then I can really show you what server-side rewind is. I'm trying to pick up the weapon, but I implemented the lag, so I don't know if it will let me pick it up. Okay, I picked it up and dropped it, so I have to wait and try again. I pressed E, I pick it up and drop it. Oh wait, I'm dropping the one that I have already. Yikes. Let me equip it so I know that I picked it up. It's lagging really bad, so I'm gonna pick this one up, and it should drop the one I'm holding. Okay, so I'm gonna shoot. If I shoot, will I see a line trace? Okay, of course it crashed. Server-side rewind, it tried to work, but I messed up somewhere. It crashed on line 496. So Slizzard, for let me just check this real quick. And this is a glitch or something. Move components of victim character. Right. So I'm moving the components, right? Origin location. A Slizzard server-side rewind is when, like in a game, when you run around the corner and you die around the corner. Somebody's been shooting at you and you run around the corner and then you die. That's because of server-side rewind, right? It's basically a composition technique that like takes into consideration laggy players. So like if someone is shooting at you, all right, let me open up Unreal Engine. I'm not gonna try it again, but I want to at least like fix this error, so I'm gonna explain it to you, then I'm gonna look at this error. But it's better if I show you like a visual representation. Right, so server-side rewind, what is it? It is this. Actually, let me turn on the debug, and I'm going to disable all this so it doesn't crash, and I'm gonna turn on the visualization so you see what it is. Alright, this is server-side rewind. So this is the server, right? I don't know if it might lag with 3 characters, so let me just put 1 character. So this is the server, right? On this, whenever you die and you're around the corner or you're undercover, so we're running, right? We're running right now. Imagine someone is shooting at us, right? So we run and we're around the corner and then we die, right? So we're around the corner right now and then we die right here, right? Anyway, right here. You see that history back there? The gray? That's like trailing behind me, right? Pay attention to that gray. That's like the silver that's trailing behind me. Pay attention to it. You see how we're behind the cover? Where we have a trail of like something that looks like us that's behind us, that's like trailing behind us, that's like mimicking our, like it's like a replicant of our character, right? So like whatever our character does, you see how it does it too. It's like a version of us that's in the past, right? So server side rewind is when the server is doing this for every character, right? That's in the lobby, or it doesn't have to be every character. It can, there's like, you can set like limitations to it, but essentially is like the server is keeping track of, is recording like where you were from like the current position to like a certain position in the past, to a certain time in the past, right? So it's like keeping like a time span of, let's say, half of a second, but that's kind of a lot. That's an exaggerated amount. Let's just say half of a second of your history while you're running around and playing the game, right? So when there's a laggy player, if server side rewind is enabled and there's a laggy player, then this, when the laggy player shoots you, what they're shooting, what they see on their screen is not the updated version of you, right? So right now what you see right here, not the like outlines, but like the actual mesh of my character, that's the updated version of me, right? So I don't even have the, here, it's better if I explain it with more characters. Alright, so pay attention. Alright, so this is the server right here. This is a client. This is a client. Pay attention to the server. Actually, pay attention to all of them, but look how when I move on this screen, the server is going to move first, and then the client is going to move next, right? And I have lag enabled, so I'm simulating lag. So just pay attention to it. See that? So this is with lag. So like when you're playing an online game, whatever you're seeing on the screen, if you have laggy connection, it's like whatever this person is seeing on the screen is not the most updated version of the game, because the internet connection is really laggy, right? So they have to communicate with the server, and the server has to communicate back to them, right? So they have to receive the update of where every character is from the server, and they also have to send an update to the server of where they are, right? And if they have poor network conditions, slow internet, they're receiving everything much slower than everybody else, right? Therefore, what they're seeing on their screen is not the most updated version of the game compared to what someone else would see if they have a pretty decent or fast internet, right? If you have fast internet, like the server is the authoritative version of the game, right? So like when I press move forward on my controller, I'm moving forward instantly. Like there's no lag. If I'm pressing forward, okay, it's instant here too, right? But if I press forward on a laggy computer, it takes time for me to communicate with the server, and then time for the server to say, all right, where's the character? All right, so the character communicates with the server. Hey, server, I'm moving. The server's like, all right, I see you moving. I get where you're moving to. Let me update yourself on my end, and the version on the server that you see here moving, that's the real version of your character. That's the version that has authority over your character. So wherever that character is where your character really is in the game, right? So you updating your position on the server, and then your server is telling everybody else in the game, okay, this character moved, this character right here moved to this location. Now you guys need to move him to that location, right? And of course, the more laggy your connection is, the longer it's going to take for you to communicate with the server. And then as soon as the server receives it, it instantly communicates with everybody else. But since your connection is laggy, it's taking a long time for the server to receive your update. So server side rewind is, you see the history like in the trailing behind me on the top, on the right side of the screen. That is the history of me that the server is recording, and you see it only on the server because it happens on the server, right? So the server is recording my history, and then when someone shoots me, like let's say this character shoots me and they have laggy connection, they can their version of me that they're seeing on their screen is not the updated version of me. So you see if I move to the left, how it takes like 3 seconds for me to move, or 2 seconds for me to move on this screen. So when I move, let's say they shoot me now when I'm standing still on their screen, but I'm moving on my screen, right? So I'm standing still on the bottom screen, but I'm moving on the top screen. If they shoot me while I'm standing still on their screen and I'm moving on my screen, and server side rewind is enabled, the server is gonna say, you're gonna send this screen on the bottom is gonna say, hey server, I shot that guy at this time at this location, right? And at this time and this location on their screen, I'm not moving, right? I'm standing still, but on my screen I'm moving, right? So the server's gonna be like, all right, let me rewind time a little bit. You see on the right side of the screen, what's trailing behind me, that's the history, right? So it's gonna say, let me check if that character that you shot was right there at the time that you said you shot him, right? So it's gonna use the history that's trailing behind me to see if I was actually there, right? So I'm standing still right now, I get shot, but I'm actually moving. You see how like the history behind me is like still standing still, like right now. If you look at the right, there's like a history version of me that's standing still. So I'll do it one more time. If you look at my character on the right side right here, I'm gonna move and you're gonna see like there's some history that's not moving while I'm moving, right? You see that? So that history that's not moving, if you shoot me while I'm not moving, that history, the server is gonna check to see if you shot that history, that version of me that was back there standing still even though I'm moving, right? And if it confirms the hit, it's gonna say, all right, he was standing still at that time on your screen. You have poor connection, but I'm gonna give you that kill, right? That's what server side rewind is, basically. The server is like taking into account laggy connections and giving applying like damage when it's due to people who have laggy connections. And that's what happens, like if you die around the corner and you don't know what happened because you're around the corner, that's mostly because of server side rewind, right? The server is applying a kill or damage to someone who has laggy internet connection, who shot the version of you that's not as updated. So that's server side rewind in a nutshell. I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, auditory, great explanations. Thanks, man. I explain to myself a lot to make sure I understand what it is I'm working on and what it is I'm learning. So thanks for the compliment. But it doesn't matter because I put an error somewhere in the code and it's crashing. I gotta figure out what is causing it to crash. I think it's crashing. Like, wait, let me see. Let me turn off this debug, and I'm gonna pick up a weapon. Oh yikes! Let me put one back out here. I want to figure out why it's crashing. There has to be something that's causing it to crash, and I'm gonna look at the code to figure it out. I really want to resolve it before I get off. Where's the pistol? Oh, here it is. Yeah, yeah, for sure, man. I knew the same thing. Gosh. Wait a minute. Why is it I think I need to enable server side rewind maybe. Oh, that's right, I commented it out. That's why it's not working, because it's not enabled. I was like, it should be crashing because there's an error somewhere. Shoot, crash. Okay, so there's a crash. And let's check this error. It's saying server validation component, server side rewind for standard firing weapons implementation. Line 496. 496 is if move box components to victim character is true. Okay, so it's lagging here. Oh, it's crashing here. Let's look at what's going on. Passing the damage character. Number of loop iterations. B, move box components to origin. Right, so what are we doing here? Because when we call it, it's set to passing in false, right? So if this is true, we're not doing that. We are doing this when it crashes. So let's see what we're doing that's causing it to crash. We are recorded history information to analyze. We're accessing this, accessing the map. Recorded history information to analyze element, right? And what we're doing, we're getting these locations. Location at time of damage is, wait a minute, move box components to the location of damage. Oh, this isn't right. What am I doing? Why am I using the origin right here? You see I overlooked something like this? You know, this is probably not causing the problem. I should not be using this right here. This is the location I need to move to. Right? And we're getting from this location, but this is a Xbox component, so we're accessing, wait a minute, record history information to analyze is a map, so we need to index. So stupid. Let me delete this line. I don't know where else I made a mistake, but making these kind of stupid mistakes is so bad. We need to access, we need to index. So you were using this recorded history information to analyze. element, which is gotten from this. So we're using the map there, and we're indexing this element. We're gonna get the key, right? And this is, I'm trying not to lose my train of thought. Please, Jesus Christ, help me. Please, Lord. Okay, we are looping through this map, which is passed in here, and this is the location that the character died, got hit basically. Okay, so I should probably change this name, but I'll change it after I fix it. This is the location that the character took damage, so we're looping through this here, right? We're getting the element of it, of the map, right, which is right here, and this map contains an F name and an F box component, right? So what we want to do is we want to access, what do we want to access? Okay, so we want to access the F name, right, of this box that we're looping through. So access the key. You know, we want to access the value. Jeez, man. Think. We want to access the value. I'm going to access the value, and the value is the F box component. And what from this value, what we want to do is get the location. So let's copy this. I don't know what I was doing, man. Like, Jesus Christ, can you please have mercy on me and help me? I'm making ridiculous mistakes. It's really annoying because I'm not trying to make these mistakes. Okay. Let me compile it now, and then let me check. We're getting the box component map, indexing this key, and we're moving them to this location. And I think I copied this function somewhere. I want to make sure I didn't copy something stupid, because I remember copying something like this, right? Oh yeah. Let me fix up here as well, because this was wrong. We are origin information. Accessing origin information. Let me delete this. And let me just copy this because I don't want to make a mistake again. Actually, let me just, right. So we're setting this location equal to, this is a structure that contains a map. And we need to access, within the structure, we need to access the, let me just rethink about this. We need to access what? This structure contains a T map, F names, a U-box component, a U-box structure. This kind of structure, F-box component. So we need to get the location of the box indexing. Wait, hold up. Let's get the. Okay, so we're getting the map, and then from the map, we want to index. Okay, so I think this is correct. I'm gonna index this key. This key gives us a box component structure, and we can get the location. Yeah, so it looks like this one was correct. So, let's see. If I want to print something on the screen, like right here. Actually, I'll do it when I finish building. And if I see something on the screen, then it means that this is a success. And I'll clean it up, you know, later. Cause this algorithm is nuts. I don't know how people come up with this crazy stuff, man. Thinking about it's like, yeah, it seems easy. You're just moving all these boxes back, and then moving them back forward. Yeah, but then you like, you get into it and you have to do all this crap. It's something else. Let's open up Unreal Engine. Once this part is complete, I'll be really happy. That'll be a huge like buff to the game, right? Thinking about kill cams, I always wanted to implement like a kill cam, but I just don't have any idea how to do that. No idea how to do that. Let's let me print something on the screen. And I pray this works, Jesus. Please, Lord. Please. Well, thanks in advance for the help anyway, God. Because I know you'll help me out, but this is nuts. Let's see what happens when I shoot. I think I need to. Okay, it is lagging, still lagging. Where's this pistol? Okay, I need to put the pistol out. Right. And I save it, and let's try it again. It is really lagging. Okay, this is the server side rewind enabled pistol. I'm gonna shoot this guy. And let me see if it's gonna crash. The server side rewind enabled? Maybe it's not enabled because it didn't crash, but this is the server side rewind enabled pistol. Okay, I'm not getting a crash, so it means that something's not. Let's see. Let us I'm gonna print right here and see if this, am I even using the right gun? I think I am, but it doesn't seem like. It's the right gun. We are. BU server side rewind. Okay. This is the server side rewind gun. Let me see. Okay, so let me. It's not crashing, so let me print right here. Okay, I see exclamation marks. So let's see. It was getting right here, and it's not getting in here. So let's see what the problem is. Move box components of victim character. Move box components of victim character. Let me remove let me just return true right here and see if it applies damage. Wait a minute. I'll do the same thing here on the bottom. Let's see if it works. So the character that's not on the server is right here. So let's see if it applies damage. Then okay, I got in. I'm seeing something on the screen, which is expected. Let me go. Let me go right here. Okay, it's not getting in there. So I need to see. This validate damage to apply. Let's go in there. Right, and see. We are. Let's see if. Let me print something on the screen just to see if we're even getting anything. I think this is the problem right here, right? Okay, we are getting there, but it is not detecting the object types. So I did put it to ignore self, but I don't think that really, I'm not hitting myself, right? I'm hitting another character, so right here I gotta figure out, it's not hitting the boxes basically, and it's not even drawing them. I think the problem is, let me see what's, the start is module socket location, right? Let's see what I'm passing in. Passing in module socket transform dot get location. Okay. And we are, the end is a location of, oh, yikes. Okay. I forgot to add the start. I think it should work now. Yikes. And let me put true ignore self. Alright, so we should get damage. Okay, no damage. Oh yeah, we got damage. It works. Hell yes. Hell yes. I mean, excuse my language. Sorry, Lord. Heck yes. Yo, it works. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Now the only way to test it out is by having the characters run around and then me shooting it and then seeing trying to see how I'm gonna have the characters move. I want it to automatically move, man. How do I have the character move on its own? How do I simulate movement? If I go to the custom movement component, let me go to the character class. Praise be to Jesus Christ. Amen. Auditore. Amen. Are you kidding me? Right here, I'm gonna set this equal to, I'm gonna put a custom value here so the character can move on its own, right? But that means every character is gonna move. So I'm gonna say if not, if locally controlled, so not locally controlled. So if we're not locally controlled, did I spell it wrong? Locally controlled. This is the character class, so I should be able to just use this. Identify locally controlled is not undefinable. Locally, I think I spelled it wrong. I feel kind of tired, so I don't know how to spell this. Locally, I don't know. Locally. I think I spelled it correct. Locally. Yeah, Locally. That's how I spelled it. Oh, I think. Wait, no, this is another problem, but still. This is the character class. I need to get a reference to myself. If I go to the network, let's just check this out. See? Oh, is locally controlled. Okay. See, I'm making these mistakes, man. But if it is locally controlled, then I'm gonna set this equal. If it's not locally controlled, I'm gonna set this equal to F vector 2D. And I'm gonna set this, let's set this to like, start off by 7 and 7. Right, so these characters that I'm not controlling can move around. Else, I'll just put this right here. And I think this should work. LOL, glad I'm not the only one forgetting how I spell some words. Oh yeah, you're definitely not alone, man. You're definitely not alone. I'm always misspelling something, man. Like, okay, this isn't working. Like I said, I'm pretty dumb, man. Like, let me undo this. And oops. Don't want to. Let me go to the custom movement component and go to add movement input. And right here, I'm just gonna customize the value. But I think this is only called locally. So question is, how do I move a character that's not locally controlled? I can call this. Let me call this in tick. I'm gonna say if not locally controlled. So I'm gonna say if owning player character is valid and owning player character is not locally controlled, then I'm gonna add movement input, passing in a F vector 2D, F vector 2D, and I'm gonna say 7. So, and I want it, yeah, only want it to move forward and backwards, so passing true. I don't know if I can initialize this right here. Okay, nice. Let's see if it works. Okay, I don't see anybody moving. If owning player character is valid and owning player character is not locally controlled, then I'm adding, let's try a bigger value like 100 or something. Okay, so how do I access? Oh gosh, well, I wish I could test it out, but It's like, I don't know how to test it out without. I don't know how to move the characters around because I'm accessing my own character right here. Okay, that makes sense. How do I get a reference to? I have to do this on the server. How do I get a reference to like another character that's in the world? Because this is a reference to myself, so that makes sense. All right, in the game mode, I can probably do it because the game mode has everybody's controller. There's no way, man. I can't think of any way to do it. I'm just gonna have to package a build and test it out. But it works, so we're applying damage. I like to see it like in real time, but I'll save that for next stream. I'll package a build and test it out. I want to figure out why this wasn't working, right? This right here. Let me copy this. I don't want to mess up what's not broken. I was checking to see if I moved all the boxes, right? I mean, it's working, so I'm just gonna remove this check. And I'm not trying to make things overcomplicated, right? Just remove these checks right here because this was just to, I don't even know why I did this. Just to be super safe, I guess. But it's working, so we're going to have to let's remove this from the if check. Put this right here, and then we can move this line up here and get rid of this. Get rid of this. And we can rejoice because the Lord has given us wisdom. Yes. Thank you so much, Jesus Christ. For real. Thanks so much, Lord. Because this stuff right here is nuts. Thank you. And okay, so we know it works for raycast weapons. So I think that's a successful stream, even though I wasn't able to. Hold on. I forgot a colon somewhere. Even though I wasn't able to implement it for shotguns, it's I forgot something else. Oh yeah, right. I forgot to change this function. Move box components of victim character right here. Need to change that to avoid. I need to think about how I'm gonna do it for shotguns because I can't use a T-map, right? I can't send T-maps over the network. And I would like to visualize this, but I just don't see how I can do it, right? Like we're seeing the raycast. It's popping up twice. The damage, right? The death. what am I trying to say? The Where is it? Where's the pistol? There it is. When I kill somebody, I saw it pop up twice, so I wonder why it popped up twice. Headshot damage isn't applied. See, it pops up twice. So I wonder why that is. Is it because the lag is just so bad? Or what? It's not doing it twice on the server. I think it's because it's calling applied damage twice. Once from server rewind and the other from like the weapon class on applied damage, right? Because I think there's something wrong with my logic. So if I pick this up. Okay, see, it called it once right there. No, but that's the server. Yeah, it called it twice. I see once. Let me try one. Actually, let me just print something on the screen. And I'm gonna print something right here. Let's print something here. So I'm gonna print something here. And I'm gonna print something in the server validation component right here. This will be the last fix for the stream. And then so I'll call it after I resolve this problem. Let's get the pistol. Okay, let's shoot. Okay, so I think I'm gonna see it. I should see it twice or once. That depends. Let me see. See it once and I see it twice. So the first one is what I'm calling it from the weapon, and the second one is server rewind. Server side rewind. Yeah. So this is getting called. Oh, hold on. What is it? So if BU server side rewind is true and ONU pet character is true, I'm doing it here. Let's checking. Okay. So the server's calling this regardless. I need to stop the server from calling it. So I need to put another check here. to stop the server from calling it this, because this is not going to be true on the server, but this will. So the server is going to call this. So okay, I'm gonna say if has authority, and I'll put an and here. I'm gonna say this is false. And up here I'm gonna say if has authority, if does not have authority, I'm gonna say if does not have authority, and this is true. And of course I need to check this. Actually, I'm already checking that down here. So let me just take this out. Okay, and this should fix it, because I'm saying if I don't have authority and this is true, enable this. Right, so this will never be called on the server. Then down here I'm saying if I have authority, but this is false. Right? So if this is on, then, and actually let me, yeah, so if this is on, then we're not, even if we have, even if we're the server, we're not gonna call apply damage. And if this is on, we're only gonna call damage if we're not the server. So I think this should work. And we should only see it twice. I mean, we should only see it once. Oh, I didn't pick up the new pistol. Dang it. I didn't pick up the server side rewind and enabled pistol. Let us grab this pistol. Okay, and shoot this character. You see, it works because if this character was moving, then they would die around the corner, right? So I don't know if I can simulate this. If I start running and then switch, dang it, too slow. Let me try it one last time. Let me see if I can switch the screen fast enough. So right now I'm on this screen. I have to just move my mouse. Okay, so I'll try running. Dang it, I can't simulate it. But let me just see if the death works. Okay, so it works. So that fixed that problem. And if I kill with the server, it should still. Let me grab this pistol. That's not the right pistol. And if I shoot for the server side rewind is on, so I don't think the server is gonna apply damage at all. Right, so I think the server is applying damage. Yep, server doesn't apply damage because server side rewind is on, so it's coming here, but server side rewind is on, so it's not applying damage. So all I can do is say if server side rewind is on, if I come here, then I just do this. If server side rewind is off, and I have authority, then I'll come here. So server side rewind is on. I'll do this. Even if I'm the server, I'll do this. Even though I shouldn't really be doing this on the server, but I need to think of a way to not call this on the server. So if server side rewind is on, we're gonna come in here, whether the server or not. If it's off, we're gonna come in here only for the server. But I only want to come in here if this is on. So these edge cases are really frustrating. If this is on and we're not the server, I want to come in here. If this is on and we are the server, I don't want to come in here. If this is off and we're the server, I want to come in here. If this is off and we're not the server, I want to come in here. No. If this is off and we're not the server, yeah. I want only the server to apply damage. So let me do this again. If this is on and we're the server, what do I want to do? If this is on and we are the server, I want to come here. So I'm gonna say, let me copy this. No. I don't, that's gonna apply double damage. Dang it. Okay, so this is on, every character is gonna come here. Right? Otherwise, if this is off. So if this is on, we're gonna come in here. Otherwise, we're gonna come in here only if this is off and we're the server. That's the best way I can think of doing it. I don't know how to limit it any more than that. So server should apply damage now. Okay. Well, we did a lot of work today. I have to clean up this code, and I'll do that next session. Right, but we implemented server side rewind for raycast weapons that fire single rounds, so not like bullet scatter. And the Lord helped us out, so we can rejoice and be glad. What we have to do is implement headshots, right? Implement headshots for server side rewind, and let me see if I could do that real quick. Actually, it's been a long day. We're gonna do that next time. So that's it for this stream, guys. I am heading off. I don't know how long I've been streaming, but it's been a long session. So let us just turn this off. And we will be back next time. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Lord, again for all the help. Thank you so much, Jesus Christ, for the help and give me the patience to work through this crazy thing. And I just pray for more wisdom, grace, because I need it. And that's it for today, guys. So take care, drink plenty of water, get plenty of rest, and don't forget, all the praise and glory be to the Father God, Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, through the power of His Holy Spirit. Amen. Heck yeah, audio, Torre. Yeah, there was a lot accomplished today. Hey, take care, man. For sure. Always pray. You do the same. Stay close to the Lord. And keep relying on the power of His might, brother. I'll catch you later as well, man. You have a good night or good morning. Peace out.